first round for men over 100 kilograms. On tatami 2 and tatami 3, first round for men under 90 kilograms.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the third and final day of competition here at the Düsseldorf Grand-Prix. We're at the Mitsubishi Electric-Halle and I'm delighted to be alongside Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. What a fantastic 2 days we've had, and the final day today, and I think we've got to see a lot more fireworks going off. Yesterday I felt that 73s was one of those weight categories for the men that really was wonderful talent that we'd seen. Outstanding performance for Artsiev at 73s for Russia.
Yeah, it was class, wasn't he? Class.
A great performance. He entertained us right throughout. But one was that really shone that little bit more, even though he picked up the bronze medal, was Marcius of Sweden.
Yeah.
And I think he was really spot on and someone to watch for the future. I think he's going to be a real contender at that weight category.
You're going to please a lot of the Swedes who are watching.
Well, I was delighted in his performance and he entertained me a lot. For women, 63s, Natea Trados of Germany. Now, I know she didn't win in the final, but what a performance she gave throughout the day. And that would have definitely been a crowd pleaser for Germany. And so once more, another great performance. Today we've got the weight categories for 90 kilos, under 100s and plus 100s, and for the women 78s and plus 78s. And I think we couldn't think of a better way to start this as with the plus 100s.
Okay, who should we be looking at then?
Well, we've got Kpalik here, Olympic champion, world champion, European champion. Is there anything he hasn't won? And that's what we've got to think about. And I think he's won everything. But that was in the under 100s.
True.
Now he's making his debut into the plus 100s. The big challenge. Is he the underdog? I don't think so. I think he's going to be a big contender for this, and I think he's somebody that Teddy Reiner has to really watch very closely in the next few months.
Yeah, that little run out a couple of years ago, didn't he?
Yes, a couple of years, 2014, and he won every match in that event. So it shows that he's got the ability. The one thing he has, he's got this frame, his size, he's an athlete, and he's got the technical expertise to be able to challenge anybody in any weight class.
And who are a few of the names that we should be looking out for, or he should be looking out for?
Well, there is. It's a tough plus 100s. Has got quite a few Olympic seedings here. The Georgians, we have Matishashvili. He's seeded 14 in the world ranking, and Kpalik's first fight, Garcia-Mendoza of Cuba, is going to be a good start for him. I think he'll win him. He'll beat him in that match. But again, you never know. It's the first round. Pre-match nerves, a little bit of tension. If he doesn't make any mistakes, he could glide through into the final. But who knows? All we can tell is how they perform in the first match is how their day's going to go, I believe. And Harasawa of Japan, he's world ranked number 4, Olympic silver medalist. So again, he's on the bottom half. So it will be a little bit of time before they do meet. But I think that would most probably make a fantastic final in this weight category.
Okay, well, Loretta's been picking out the 100 kilo category as the place to start. Why don't we do that by going down to mat number 1, because the opening contest features Lucas Kpalik of the Czech Republic. He's up against Alex Garcia-Mendoza of Cuba. It'll be Kpalik in the white judogi, Garcia-Mendoza in blue.
Well, as you can just see, look at the frame of this man, Lucas Kpalik, towering over Garcia-Mendoza of Cuba.
This is a really strange one. You've got Kpalik with the Olympic back patch, wearing the gold Olympic back patch. You've got Garcia-Mendoza, who was 5th
in the Olympic.
Where'd you go in this weight category?
Yes.
So this is going to be a real test for Kpalik here. Cuban picks up a penalty for breaking off that grip just with that one hand.
Very apprehensive, doesn't he, against this real...
I'd be. Man mount him.
He's a big athlete, isn't he? He's a real finely tuned athlete. Garcia-Mendoza there with the drop, Cianagi. Kpalik now looking for any opportunity down in the Niwaza.
Super on the ground as well.
He's got great Niwaza.
Yeah. Just going to check with Elisabetta Frattini, whose birthday it happens to be today. I'm going to check on the weights, because we normally get the print out, the weights.
That would be very interesting to see what he sits at. Well, while Sheldon goes along to find out what the weight categories of these two gentlemen are, we'll just stick with this contest, and we have Kpalik from the Czech Republic in white, Garcia-Mendoza of Cuba in the blue. Garcia-Mendoza with the left hand on the collar. He comes in for a Makakomi. He changed his mind. He didn't feel comfortable in the turn in that attack. Left himself a little bit vulnerable. Now he goes into the ground, and Kpalik there trying to capitalize down in the Niwaza. As I said, Kpalik, Olympic champion, as you can see, the gold patch at the back for under 100s. European world champion, he's won every event. And for him, it's got to be, the reason he moves up is the challenge. So what else can he do in the under 100s? Kpalik there with the left hand looking in for the Ouchigari. Then comes through, you can see that foot nicely placed to try and rotate his opponent over, finding it very difficult to move the weight of Garcia-Mendoza. Halfway now into this match. Kpalik there with that left hand high on the collar, elbow tucked in really nicely, very strong. Garcia desperately trying to take that left sleeve. Left himself wide open there, lost control and balance, fell more or less onto his back, and Kpalik just capitalized on it into the Niwas as he holds there in a Sukomi. As the clock ticks away quite comfortably, Kpalik will be quite happy to get that one under his belt. First round, first match of the day, and a great start for Lucas Kpalik. So we'll stay with this mat number 1, and the plus 100s. And we'll see the opposition here for Kpalik, where the next round is Bondarenko of the Ukraine, Harmegnes in the blue from Belgium, Ukraine white, Belgium blue.
In blue for Belgium, Belgium is Harmegnes. In white for Ukraine, Stanislav Bondarenko. Und auf Eduard Spittel auf Nummer 2 gesetzt.
that's the other dimension that Kpalik is going to bring to that weight category, his expertise in newaza. And I don't mean,
Yes.
accidentally falling over and just holding somebody, turnovers, kensetsu waza. We don't often see that, with the greatest of respect to the big guys, not that kind of technical expertise. Kpalik has got that.
So Bondarenko here in Ukraine in the white. Magnez, the blue from Belgium.
There are two interesting contests taking place. One on mat number 2 and one on mat number 3 for various reasons. Mat number 3 in the under 90 kilo category, Thiago Camilo of Brazil faces Nassif Elias of Lebanon. Nassif Elias was originally, he was born in Brazil. He has dual nationality, so they're going to go head to head on mat number 3. And then Nishiyama Daiki of Japan faces Iyale Lebo of the Ivory Coast. Nishiyama Daiki getting another run out from the Japanese. Always liked his judo.
Looking at the weight categories, it's quite interesting that he is one of 2 of the lightest weights in this plus 100s. And the next one is Karagura of Japan. There's literally 300 grams of a difference between their weights. But those are the lightest that we have in this weight category. And the American is just shortly behind that.
With the greatest of respect, we may not need to count him. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure you're really offended somebody out there in America.
It's early. No one's up.
The mother.
It's okay.
You coward. Well, we have this match battling away here. 2 Shidos to the Ukraine.
The other thing is, Iminov faces Sven Heinler of Germany in round 1. That should be an interesting contest, and we'll see how far Iminov gets after that. In any case, the winner of that contest is going to face Iñaki Kamo. He's the number 3 seed in this competition, and he's one of the fastest improving heavyweights on the world circuit. Absolutely terrific fighter, and I think Kamo this cycle is going to do some damage.
Well, I think we're going to see a real difference in... I don't think for some time Teddy Riner has actually been challenged in the plus hundreds at all. Now we've got the new Olympic cycle. We're just at the beginning, and this is where there's quite a few athletes that are just going to place a wee toe in the water, as we would say, just to see how they get on. And Kpalik is one of them, but I think he's a massive big contender for this weight category in 4 years' time at the Olympic Games. I really do.
I thought you were going to say it's a big toe.
Well, big toes, definitely. There's no doubt about it. That goes without saying. But we have quite a lot of young athletes participating in these events. We've seen that in Paris a fortnight ago, as young as sort of today, or 2 days ago, we saw somebody win the title at 16 years of age, which means at 16, come the Olympic Games in Japan, they're going to be 20, and with another possible 2 Olympic Games to look forward to.
Right, let's go down to mat number 3.
Well,
poor old Bondarenko.
Just Hans Sokomaki there.
Gets the 3rd one.
Magnez goes through to the next round for Belgium.
We've got Nikos Sherazadishvili of Spain up against Aftandil Chirikishvili of Georgia. It's Sherazadishvili in white, Chirikishvili in blue. Taller, longer-limbed Spaniard with the Georgian name, doing battle with one of Georgia's favourite sons. Definitely at 81 kilos he was their man, former world champion, but now moved up to 90 kilos. And Valem Lepetiliani, who had previously competed at 90 kilos has moved up to 100. And Beka Kviniashvili, who had previously competed at under 100, has moved back down to 90 kilos. So there have been a few moves for the Georgians. Loretta.
Like you say, the Spaniard here has got a very common Georgian name.
Yeah.
Is that because it's a move from Georgia to Spain, or is he a native Spaniard?
His parents moved to Spain, so it's not as though he jumped ship. He never represented Georgia internationally, so
Yes.
it's not one of those where he jumped ship.
'Cause there's been a few that we've seen
Absolutely,
on the circuit
yeah.
last year, battling within the Olympic Games. We had a few, such as Esther Stum that fought for Georgia, and
That's
she was
right.
Dutch, and
Yeah.
there was a few like that.
Linda Boulder
Yes,
from Dutch that went to Israel.
So we've been seeing a few changes there. I was just wondering if this was the case. But when you look at him, he doesn't actually have that sort of, oh, lovely. He's definitely got a nice technique. Well, Spain now in the lead with 2 Wazaris. We're not even halfway there yet. The Georgian now really trying to change the pace of this contest, starts battling back in. You can see that left hand onto the belt.
Chirikishvili's got one option here.
Lovely drop, Sianagi. Oh, it was so close. Just lost a little bit of control at the end there.
He's going to have to throw Sherazadishvili for Rippon, or else he's out in round 1.
Well, we've still got quite a long way to go. Hooks there for the Osota. An attempt of the Makikon, but lost the upper body control.
Nice body position from Sherazadishvili in fighting that off as well.
Sherazadishvili really controlling quite nicely, just doing enough without putting himself in any trouble. What gives him the advantage of is the height. He's got such long limbs that he can stay slightly apart from his opponent, and we know the Georgians love to be up very close and personal and really engaging that real body contact.
Just took a little bit too long with the belt grip there, Chirikishvili, and he picks up a penalty. Time ticking away here into the last minute.
Chirikishvili there, Ashiro 2-1 apiece, but there is the 2 Wazaris for the Spaniard. But there, as you see, is a Makikomi, who's able to block it quite nicely now, trying to work down in the Niwas, and we know valuable seconds will be taken away, which is an advantage there for Sherazadishvili. Working the lower part of the jacket, tying up that arm. Nice little move there. Well, he looks to be in a bit, well, that arm is so deep there, as you can see the left onto the belt. It was trying to draw him onto the hips. Georgian now looking, the head starting to go down, and as he turns his back on his opponent, he knows that this was a very disappointing result for him. Sherazadishvili of Spain goes through to the next round with a very convincing win.
Well, we're going to stay here on mat number 3 in the under 90 kilo category. Sama Snoussi of Tunisia is up next. He's going to face Colton Brown of the United States of America. The young American is making his way up the ladder. He's quite impressive. Number 26 on the International Judo Federation World Ranking list. Snoozy is a few places down at 32, so this should make for an interesting matchup. Immediately after this, we'll have Max Stewart of Great Britain. He's up against David Teich of Germany. We'll stick around for that one.
Well, Snoozy there taking control of this match. First in with the attack. You can see that right hand on the lapel that he was controlling nicely. The American breaking it totally up. Wasn't happy with the start. Well, left himself wide open there. Colton Brown really needs to wake up here. Two really strong attacks. Snoozy now looking for an opportunity in the ground as he rotates his opponent over. Doesn't seem to be going for anything in particular. A little bit of a slow start here for Colton Brown of the USA. He picks up his first Shido, so that's a little bit of a wake-up call for him.
Well, the shimmy, was he saying it's across
the face there?
Yeah.
Minute and a half gone in this match. Snoozy there. That left hand he's trying to throw over the top. He's got a good right controlling lapel grip. Obviously the height advantage the Tunisian is working well with. As you can see, he doesn't really have to engage too close to his opponent. That left hand high over the back. Now Brown looking in a lot of trouble there, really is unhappy with that grip and drops to his knees. Will pick up the next Shido for being very defensive there. Doesn't seem to be able to get close enough. Well, there's a chance, but he threw himself so high and looked very vulnerable to the counter. Colton Brown desperately looking to try and find any opening here. You can see that left hand trying to creep across the shoulder, but is having no effect on his opponent at all. Oh goodness, what a switch of direction there, and Brown found it very difficult to react on that. Really took him by surprise.
In blue for Lithuania, in white for Tajikistan, the current Asian champion, Kpalik.
Well, this is proving a difficult contest for Brown. He's only a few places ahead of Snoozy on the world ranking list, but in trouble again.
Gary, well, he planted him there. He took his time a little bit better there. Had that left high collar grip that slipped over the back, hooked him with the Ochigari and just literally planted him on the mat. There was really no drive, it was just a push straight down. Deep in, Ochi planted him. That was a nice finish. It was a combination of attacks there, but the main Ochigari was always obvious.
Yeah, not the best of days for Mr. Brown, I'm afraid.
Very, very tough match for him, and he didn't really get started right from the word go, really. He was taken off on the back foot. Sadly, that was the wake-up call, but now a little bit too late for him.
Well, we're going to see the contest between Max Stewart of Great Britain and David Teich of Germany, but Stewart just pointed out to the referee, who is from Mongolia, that there is a little bit of blood on the mat, so he'd like that wiped up. That gives us a chance to introduce him properly and talk a little bit about him and his background and everything.
Well, Max Stewart fought a fortnight ago. He's 23 years of age. He's a great potential for the next Olympics for Great Britain. He had been plagued with an injury that had set him back quite a few months, but he's come back very strong. He's moved up a weight category that suits him very well. But he is now following in the footsteps of his father, Dennis Stewart, back in, I believe it was 88, where he won an Olympic bronze medal as a heavyweight. So will he actually go through the weight categories, or will this be the weight category that's going to suit him the best? Well, he's still a young lad. He's very tall, and but he looks comfortable at the moment, and his performance a fortnight was excellent. So it'll be interesting to see how he fights here this weekend.
He's only five kilos off what was the previous fighting weight for Dad, because at that time it was under 95 kilos.
That's correct.
So he's only 5 kilos off it, but I think 90 suits him absolutely perfectly. He was at 81 before, he's moved up to 90 now, and I think this is where he's going to stick, and unless Mum feeds him up some more, but I don't think he wants to go to under 190. Should be the spot.
Yeah, well, we talk about his father, Dennis, where you can see him, if you can see clearly, he's the coach at the side of the mat for him. So this is obviously a percentage that's good for an athlete that knows them so well and that they can trust specifically to give them the right advice and that encouragement. So a little bit more of an advantage he has this time out than he did in Paris, because his father was only listening to the live stream and sitting at the edge of his chair, most probably at home. But here he has to compose himself and behave himself as a coach. Well, Sutemi Waza there into the Niwaza. Teich of Germany in the blue. And a nice strong right-handed grip there, as you see. He's controlling that shoulder and the head as he skips around there looking for an opening. And the one thing that is his advantage is his height, and he uses that well, but a little bit got dragged down slightly there and looked just slightly uncomfortable. Well, his opponent, David Teich, 21 years of age. His favourite technique is Morote Sianagi, so that's one thing Max Stewart has got to be careful with, especially when he throws that right arm high onto his opponent's shoulder. The threat there is the Sianagi coming through. He's ranked 45 in the world ranking. And in Paris, a fortnight ago, 7th place. Max fifth place. He just lost out on a medal in the bronze medal final. So this is going to be a very tough match. Max picking up the first Shido now. Just coming up to the halfway mark. Teich there with a cross grip, coming round the back, looking for the Ouchigari, as you can see. Nice attack. Max looking for the Juji. So just over a minute and a half left in this contest.
Please welcome in blue for Spain, Basile-Celaru, and in white for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Harun Statnikovic.
Well, it's a really big battle here with the oil, and David Teich there just clipped the feet of Max Stewart. A very close opportunity there for David to get that score. 1 minute, just over the 1 minute to go now. And Max slightly changing his tactics. There's his bent over posture, really needs to stay strong. But it's that left hand around the back from the German that's causing him a few problems. Not obviously getting the freedom that he needs to come across with his ashiwazas. The lovely dropsianagi, yes! Oh, that was a beautiful finish there. And Ippon, well, he had us a scary time there. We all were really on the edge of our seats, but that warm-up right to the end with 41 seconds, he kept us very tense indeed, but pulled it out. Dropsianagi for Ippon, an excellent finish for this first round. As you can see, driving nice and deep. Lovely attack and wonderful finish.
It's odd because the old scoreboard, if we looked at it that way, would have been serious pressure for Stewart, but we were looking at golden score anyway.
Yes, that's right.
So that the panic really wasn't setting in. I think that the panic was for Teich, who was already beginning to blow. He'd fought Stewart off. He was looking at the clock and thinking, I'm going to have to do something to try and end this because this guy's strong here, and if I don't do something, I'm going to get caught. And in the thought process, during that thought process, that's when Stewart launched the attack. Just as he'd had a look at the clock, he just took his eye off.
Concentration from the German,
and he was in and underneath. Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned because of that left hand coming round the back. It seemed very controlling from the German, and Max Stewart didn't flow as well as he normally does, but he flowed right at the end there. But that split lack of concentration was the opportunity he needed. But we're here now. We're going
to go to mat number 2. We're not going to settle on here because we've got Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia coming onto the mat against Bandiku Bat-Erdene of Mongolia. It'll be Gviniashvili in the white judogi, Bandiku in blue. It's a new Mongolian that they're sending out at 90 kilos, but Beka Gviniashvili, as a former junior world champion, is anything but new to us. I think that he's going to be the Georgian at 90 kilos. They've got a few who've moved into that weight category. I don't see anybody
They have a very
moving
strong
better.
team, don't they, the
Yeah.
Georgians, and they produce some really strong athletes. And
Viniashvili in the white judogi, Bandicoot in blue.
Bandicoot there with the left hand on the lapel. Looks very strong. A good controlling grip, as you can see, as he draws on that left hand and then uses the ashiwaza to break his opponent's balance. A nice combination there.
Viniashvili, yeah. Go
picking
on.
up his picking up his first Shido. Well, they always start very slow anyway, and so that's no big surprise. He's somebody that does take his time, and he's just looking for the right opportunity to engage. He's got that grip. Now this is where the Georgian is dangerous. He's got that high collar grip, very powerful. Now,
Oops, a little bit too long on the belt there.
Bandicoot there will pick up a Shido for being negative. You
Yeah,
can see
as well,
the hand
yeah.
on the belt. He was blocking out slightly and paid the penalty there for it.
Yeah, wrong sport. he's probably looking at Mongolian wrestling.
They're
But
very similar in styles. They do like to be very close, both opting for the same but reverse grip. Viniashvili just trying to size his opponent up, but does have the slight disadvantage of height. But again, another for the same thing is being done twice. 2 Shidos now. You would have thought he'd learned the first time. Bandicoot there with that right hand high. Right to right. Viniashvili just looking at it, well, he's lost a little bit of control. He had the grip, he had control, and then all of a sudden it just went away from him and looked slightly vulnerable there. Well, Bandicoot's got to be careful. He's got 2 Shidos. Oh, yes. A nice attack there. The Mongolian spun off the technique. A good entry from Viniashvili.
In white for Lithuania, Santa Pakinite.
Viniashvili looking to draw from behind the arm. Showing that hip, as you can see. The ashiwaza, lovely footwork, controlled very nicely, kept his balance, driving to the rear, and picks up a Wazari for his efforts.
well, it gets a little bit easier from here in because Viniashvili has got the comfort of the score, but what makes it really difficult for Bandicoot is the fact that he's already picked up 2 penalties. He can't afford another error. At the same time, he's got to come up with a score greater than the Wazari that Viniashvili has got.
A hard task.
All within 30 odd
Yes,
seconds.
it's going to be difficult.
It took me 30 seconds to say that.
I know.
What his problems were. No. So his chances are slim
And
to
that's
none.
what we can see, not what we can feel. And that's the big difference when you see such a... Viniashvili is a very... he's small, but he's very compact and he's a powerhouse.
Got
And
him
as you've
again?
seen another rear
Oh,
technique.
he just remembered. He needs his second
He forgot he
Wazari,
was
yeah.
getting a Wazari Aseti upon, but no.
But they've given Ippon now for the
Lovely
second.
again, another Ochi Gary. So it was just a matter of time, but he's compact, but he's a real powerhouse.
So it is Beka Viniashvili who wins out there over Bandicoot. Yeah, that was a good one. There was the suspicion that he may have landed on his backside first and then rolled onto his back. But I think there's enough there. Yeah, there's enough there for me for Ippon, and in any event, I'm not the one making the decision.
You're starting to split hairs now. You really are. You're being very pernickety.
Yeah. Right, coming on to map number 2. Said Shambekov of Russia faces Mark Ordenthal of Germany. It's Shambekov in the white judogi, Ordenthal in blue.
Got straight on to the grip there, Ordenthal. No messing around. Obviously means business out here. He's got this crowd behind him. He's on home turfs. He'll want to be impressing this crowd. Oh. Oh, Zambekov, a serious looking character out there. Left hand on the lapel, right hand throws over nice and deep, drawing his opponent's head down. The Russian looks very powerful, but Ordenthal totally dismisses with the Ashiwaza. Oh, lovely Uchimata. Oh, fantastic. Great Wazari. Ordenthal really sets the stage here in this first round. Well, there was a wonderful display of judo, a lovely Uchimata. Zambekov there, Sutemiwaza. The German looking for the Niwaza. Well, he came out right from the beginning, meaning business, and he's continuing to dominate here, this German. Russian's right-handed grip, working his feet as well as the upper body control. Mark Ordenthal does well to break that up. Tomonagi again, a lovely technique.
Keeping himself busy now, isn't he?
Oh, he's just showing off. And he looks for the arm lock there. A lovely display of judo from this German.
2 scores on the board now, minute 44 left to go. Slightly different prospect for Zambekov than we had a few minutes ago.
Well, Zambekov, he's got brilliant grips. He's very, very strong, but he doesn't seem to be able to follow it up with a technique. And Ordenthal really is just picking him off, and just hasn't even looked like he's broke sweat, really.
This is one of 2 Russians in this weight category. Could be that after this contest there'll only be 1.
Well, it's looking like it with a minute and a half, but we can't write them off. The Russians are very strong, we know that. Experienced fighters, and the one thing he does have is very strong grips, but can he follow it through now? He's under pressure, he's got nothing to lose now, he's got a minute to go, so he can step it up a gear, and Ordenthal really has to stay focused and in control. He hasn't always been first on the grips, and he hasn't always had the best opportunities, but when the chances are there, he takes full advantage, and hence the reason he's got 2 Wazaris on the board.
Zambekov adding to his woes now by picking up a penalty. Better grip now for the Russian, but Ordenthal is clever. He just throws in that little Tomoyanagi. He gets away with it as well, but it was absolutely clear to me he was not interested in getting involved in that grip, just threw that in.
Well,
it moved the Russian and it was enough.
That was the danger. And the Tomoyanagi is good because he scored with the Wazari for it, so he has got a very good Tomoyanagi, so he can get away with dropping underneath and it looking effective. She was there. 9 seconds. Well, the Russian knows he's running out of time. Something special really has to come, and I don't think he's got anything left in the tank now. So Mark Ottenthal goes through to the next round of this men's under 90 kilos with style.
Mark Ordenthal it is. He comes off best after his tangling with Shambekov. Well, disappointment for the Russian. We're going to stay on mat number 1. Leonardo Gonçalves of Brazil is up against Johannes Frey of Germany. Gonçalves in the white judogi, Frey in blue. And a big cheer from the Germans here. I suppose it would have been a bigger cheer if it had been for his brother, but he's not competing at this event. We're missing out on him anyway. You can have a good look at Leonardo Gonçalves of Brazil there, looking to go right-sided with a big Osodagari.
Frey trying to clamp him down, slow this Brazilian down. Frey taking that sleeve and comes in with the Tayatoshi. Following through into the Niwaza. Nice attack for the German. Just both of these just trying to bide the time, get the grip that they require. No Uchigari there from the Brazilian as he balances on one leg there. They're a little bit negative on the grips, and I'm sure the referee will be pulling them up. So Frey takes the second Shido with the grip. Surprising that both didn't pick up a Shido. On calves. The left hand on the lapel as he throws that right, attempting to throw the right.
Problems for the German here. 2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes, but he's got a good grip at this moment, and we've seen a lovely Tayatoshi earlier on. So he's got to just be careful that he doesn't pick up another Shido. I believe he has the ability to throw and win on a score, but it's how long it takes him to set it up is the problem. Uchigari there, off the belt. He needs to use that grip. A little bit scrappy there. Frey has put himself under a lot of pressure now. One more Shido would result in a hand sokomaki. Can't afford to take his time here, and like he did earlier on, which picked up the 2 Shidos, and the grips, and controlling more than actually attacking.
The next contest on tournament 3 is first round from another 100 kilograms.
Well, there's Goncalves taking the first Shido for gripping the fingers. No Sota from Frey, good attack. And the Taitoshi dropping down onto his knees there, Frey, and the clock ticks away, but here Goncalves turning his opponent over, didn't really have the upper body control there with the legs. Really a bit of a wasted opportunity. Frey once more looking for the grip, he's controlling the sleeve. It has been a real battle of gripping here, and Makakomi, and there it is. It was gotta be a Wazari. Well, from this angle it looked like a Wazari. He stepped across, a continuation through, but obviously not. 3 seconds to go and we're into the golden score. Well, the body language of Frey's looking absolutely exhausted there, and well, it's now down to condition. They've fought extremely hard, powerful gripping. Very difficult which way he's going to say. I just think that Frey's had the stronger attacks, but oh well there. Oh, it was a mate, hence the reason it looks so effortless. Goncalves picks up his second Shido now, which makes that even. Lovely Taitoshi. Well, we saw that right at the early stages of this contest. It was a good attack then, and it was even a better one this time.
Was für ein fantastisches Ding am Ende. Hoffentlich kommt das gleich nochmal auf den Screen in der Zeitlupe. Ich denke, die Medienkollegen basteln schon dran.
Well, even Natea Toshi more or less there. Hips went through a bit deeper. Yep. But we said earlier on that we saw a glimmer of that in the early opening round, first minute of this contest.
In blue for Kazakhstan,
They'll be absolutely delighted with that.
There's a suspicion that he was all over the leg anyway, the Brazilian.
Yes.
If you have a look at this hand here, look.
Yes.
Right, on the mat now, Ben Fletcher of Great Britain faces Aybek Serikbayev of Kazakhstan. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Serikbayev in blue.
Lovely counter-attack there for Ben Fletcher. Good start for this young man from Great Britain. Fought in the Olympic Games in Rio. Was knocking on the door at the Olympics in 2012. favourite technique is the Uchimata, which is very effective. As you can see, that right arm coming round the back, trying to have control on the hips as he draws his leg across. 24 years of age Benjamin is. He's ranked 28 in the world ranking. And this month took a bronze medal in Rome in the European Open. It was the latest result. Seventh place in the European Championships. Trains and studies out of the University of Bath. Oh, lovely attack there, nicely controlled, very powerful indeed, and directed right back with the Kosota for Epon, planting his opponent into the ground, and that was a great win for Ben Fletcher. Surikbayev sadly out of the tournament. But we'll look forward to seeing Ben Fletcher a little bit later on in the second round.
Next contest on number 2 is first round for men under 100 kilograms.
Well, Ben Fletcher,
In blue for France,
lovely attack there.
In white for Tunisia, Anis Ben Khaled.
Well, Ben Fletcher will be up against in the second round the winner of these two gentlemen. Ben Khaled of Tunisia in the white gi.
First round for women over 78 kilograms. The time you want.
Arano Ribuka of France in the blue.
In white for Ukraine, Irina Gitevska.
Ariano Ribuka there, as you can see, looking a little bit cagey. His back's turned on his opponent, looking very vulnerable and disengaged in this contest. Not the greatest of starts. Oh, lovely Ashiwaza there from Ben Khaled in the white. The Frenchman looking for that right hand as he opts for the inside, but you could see him, he was desperately trying to get it on the outside, drawing his opponent's head in, and looked very uncomfortable. Wasn't as strong, but now he's looking in. He came there looking for the Uchimata, switched it to the Ouchi, still left himself a little bit high and too much onto the side. He needs to start rotating and looking forward into his opponent. Very extreme right hand, as you can see. Ben Khaled there with that left hand blocking his opponent's right grip. Works for the Makukomi. Uchimata there from Ariano Ribuka. Ariano Rubuka, 22 years of age, and his favourite technique is the Epponsianagi. Not seen a glimmer of that yet. Uchimata's been there. Ranked 86 on the world ranking. Latest result was a bronze medal in a European Open in February in Odiveles. Well, just 1 minute left in this contest. The only result on the scoreboard now at this moment is Ariano Rebecca with a Shido. And he's really struggling against the Tunisian. Uchimata there. Ben Khaled, 37 years of age. Well, there's a lot of experience over his opponent. His favourite technique is the Harai Goshi. A bit of a Harai Makakomi there, but ranked 32 in the Olympic ranking, the world ranking list. Last year took a bronze medal in the African Championships and a 5th place in the Pan American Open in Lima. Uchimata, lovely attack there, following through. Just needed a little bit more rotation and off that technique, but Awazari scored and the timing couldn't have been more perfect. So Ariano Riboka goes through to the second round of the men's under 100 kilos, where he'll be up against Ben Fletcher from Great Britain. Well, my goodness, what a turnaround. They'd taken the Wazari off, then went into golden score, and Ben Khaled, within 15 seconds, just turns it all around and goes through to the second round with Ben Fletcher. Well, now we have coming up quite shortly Armenterios, Cuba, in the white Peltrick.
Israel, Peter Balchin. In white for Cuba, 3 times Pan American champion, Jose Armenteros.
Almenteros, 3 times Pan American champion, in the white gi, representing Israel in the blue. Peter Paltrich. Paltrich there. The first attack. Peter Peltrick, 25 years of age. Yoko Wakari is his preferred technique. Ranked 64 in the world ranking. Three Continental Open Championship medals. Recently won a bronze medal in Rome European Open this year. Armenterios, 24 years of age, Cianagi. Technique has just picked up. First Shido there, with a minute and a half left in this contest. He's ranked 12th place in the world ranking. 3 times Pan American champion. A world's silver medal. Fifth place last year in the Masters 2016. And last year's Grand Prix picked up a silver medal here, so he'll be setting his sights on that final again as he comes in for the Morote Cianagi with 1 minute left in this contest. Paltrick now looking for some Niwaza. He's been very slow in the start of this contest. Stronger on paper is the Cuban. Osota just lost control, but a great opportunity there that was missed from the Cuban. Ochigari just rescued his balance there. It was looking like it was going to go all horribly wrong. But again, nice deep with the leg. Upper body needed to be controlled a little bit better, but Paltrick picks up the second Shido. 26 seconds left in this contest. It's been very closely matched. The Cuban has had better opportunities there, some very close misses.
Well, this is beginning to look as though it's going to go into golden score, but you can see from the cameramen standing behind there that the focus is on the adjoining mat where Daniel Natea, the number 1 seed, has just taken to the mat against Lukasz Kpalik. So let's go down to mat number 1. It's Natea in the white judogi, Kpalik in blue. This was one of the picks this morning that Loretta pointed out. Let's see how Kpalik can deal with the quite a good deal heavier Daniel Natea. Natea in the white judogi, Kpalik in blue.
Well, there's a big difference in size here. And this is the real test. Can Kpalik there move the big guys? All he's got to, you can see it just.
I think you're right. It's the moving of the big guy that will do it. What you don't want to do is, like a heavyweight boxer, stand in the middle and slug it out toe to toe, because sooner or later he's going to hit you hard and you're going to fall.
Well, the thing is that you try and hit someone as big, especially as this Romanian is, it's like hitting a brick wall. He's so big and solid. The only way he's going to be able to beat his opponent is by moving him and making light on his feet and breaking down that defense. Because you can see he's just hanging off him.
He's embarrassed. He just put his head in the mat there because he was embarrassed.
Kpalik really has to move the big guys. And we have the same situation with the Slovenian in the women's heavyweight. She's tiny, but what made her so successful is that she had the ability to move these girls. And this is what Kpalik has got to do himself. He's got to move the big guys. Yes, there will be the accumulation
He
of
just attacked him.
shidos.
I thought you just attacked him.
Well, I think it was
Natea.
Kpalik that did the work, but
he was countering them.
It
Yeah,
was just
okay.
a counter. He's playing a waiting game here, Natea. But this is where Kpalik really has to. He's got to move them.
Natea, remember, is the number 1 seed. Sumigaishi, chance to work on the ground now. Problems for Natea because he doesn't want to be there for long. Oh. Just when you wanted to have a look at what Kpalik could do from a good
looking
position.
At the size difference, in fact, there's nearly 70 kilos between these two guys. That's now throwing another athlete into the ring with them. So the Osota looked for the Makakomi, but Kpalik did really well. And this is where he can't get up close and personal with him because he stands still. But then the problem is if he starts to move,
over he goes.
Down he goes.
And back in the Nevaza, I was speaking to Lisa Allen this morning, and she said if he gets him on the ground, that's the end of the story.
Definitely. Well, when you're so big, the last thing you want to be is on your back because the mobility isn't there.
With the Nevaza expert.
You can't get out. Well, that was a real test for Lucas.
Absolutely.
Kpalik.
Past test number 1 then. That was the big test. The number 1 seed here, the favourite for the tournament. On paper anyway, Daniel Natea is the number 1 seed and he goes out of the competition. Not just...
Maybe a bit relieved with that. But he actually is the heaviest in the weight category as well. So the number 1 seed and the heaviest.
There'll be no place for Natea. Kpalik now takes his place in the quarterfinal. The first of the quarterfinals will feature Lukasz Kpalik. Natea looking for that Koji Gaki was taken backwards by Lukasz Kpalik. And the winner of the upcoming contest between Renat Saidov and Benjamin Hermogenes will face Kpalik in the first quarterfinal. So here it is, Saidov in the white judogi, Hermogenes in blue, the winner to face Kpalik. This is where it really begins to get interesting.
Well, this is, definitely. This is where you split the boys from the men. Now this Russian, a lovely Uchimata there entry. Strong lad. Well, Sadov there does look very powerful indeed, as you can see that right hand controlling on the shoulder of his opponent's left shoulder. He's also got that sleeve grip that made him look very dangerous. But Hermogenes there looking for the opportunity in the Newaza. Don't think there is much really, and so does the referee feel that. Again, the Russian with that high collar grip. You can see the elbow bent, drawing his opponent's head into his chest. Magnez there engaging into the Russian space, trying to close up any opportunity of an openness, and as we know that the Sadov has that Uchimata.
I've just been reminded by my Belgian colleague that it's Harmenier. That's the pronunciation of that name. I'd forgotten that I'd been corrected once before on it. I just read it as it looks,
yes.
But it's Harmenier.
Harmenier. Right. Our apologies out there.
Two minutes to go, 2 penalties on the board. I always think that's a difficult spot for a fighter to be in, especially when now we've only got the third one and you're out. So he's really in a difficult position here. Saidov almost came up with the Osotogari there, but Armenia was on his way down and collapsed that.
Well, Harmonier there with 2 Shidos on the board. Really finding it difficult to get past the strong gripping style of Sadyov. You can see that right hand comes high on the collar and the elbow bends. He draws his opponent's head, but there he switches direction, breaks his opponent's balance, follows through it into the Niwaza, looking for the arm lock. So we have 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this contest. Slight change of tactics there from Harmonier there, which worked quite nicely with that defensive right high collar grip. It's controlling that left shoulder quite nicely. On paper, the Russian looks the stronger of the two. As you can see, that elbow starts to bend, drawing the Harmonier's head down, and you could see that he's looking for that Osota or switching, but I think the danger is that could be off balance. He has to drive forward with the left leg before he hooks in for the Osota. But there's Harmonier there looking for the Osota himself, and it really obviously wasn't very effective. But it broke up what was a very strong grip from the Russian. Again, the Russian's got that right high collar grip, very dangerous. You could just sense that something's coming from there. The Osota, the Uchimata.
The next contest on tatami 2 is first round for men under 100 kilograms.
Well,
In blue for Japan.
I'm not sure. He's obviously he sees the Shido, but he's. When you look at the referee in the middle, she's tiny comparing to these two giants. And now we're coming into the golden score. Well, it's difficult to see which way this is gonna. Well, the referee has actually thrown the Belgium coach out of the chair.
Not the first time. His day's done then. Coaches can coach once the referee is called mate. That's the understanding.
But that was a mate, and I know they want the golden score just as a continuation, but they weren't. It was a pause because they were fixing their kits, and that's when he was coaching. So I was a little bit surprised of that reaction, unless
It happened
the
before.
incident happened just before
Yeah.
the change on to golden score. That's a possibility. But at the time when she awarded the out,
Mm.
it was a pause in the contest. Again, Sadov there with a very strong grip. He has a slight height advantage, which made him look more positive, but the Belgium now starts to have stepped it up a little bit.
I can think of somebody who is just rubbing their hands the longer that this contest goes on. Lukasz Kpalik.
Oh yeah, because that will tire him out.
Yeah,
Yes.
you want side
It's
of
the recovery of
exactly
these big
to have his
gentlemen, isn't
arms, tired from gripping up with Harmejni's, and really, you want him 6, 7, 8
it?
minutes
Makakomi
out
attempt
there.
there from Harmonies.
Yeah, they're stuffed, a pair of them. one
It's
of them's
starting-
going
yeah,
now.
It's starting to look scrappy, and someone's got to.
It's first round for women.
I think Sidov would suit, and it's Sidov who gets it. And I was going to say Sidov would have suited Kpalik better,
Definitely with the height.
with the
and
height and with throwing things. Harmejni's, however, is not going to be unknown to Kpalik, and I don't think he's going to be at all disconcerted about having to face him. And in any case, that's who it's going to be in the first of the quarterfinals. But coming up now in the plus 100 kilo category, this is round 2. I think, just have a look and see. Yeah, round 2. Why don't we stay here? Borbana of Hungary. Been around for quite some time now, the Hungarian. He's up on mat number 1. This is round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category. And his opponent is Yelman Yagaliev of Kazakhstan. Bor in the white, judoka Yagaliev in blue.
Bora the Yagaliev there looking for the drop Sianagi. First opening attack. Bora with that left lapel grip over the top of his opponent's hand. The left is the controlling. As he looks for the Ashiwaza. Koso Tagari there. Well, both picking up the Shido. I'm a bit surprised for Bora picking up because he did get the first grip. He did put in the first attack. Well, they've now taken it off, so that's my little rant over and done with.
Nearly there.
Bora dropping underneath his opponent. A little bit scrappy. He has to be very careful on how he executes that technique. Again, referee will have that one in mind. Makakomi.
Matte 3, nächste Begegnung Männer bis 90 Kilogramm.
Yagaliev there with the right hand on the lapel. Right to left grip here between these two athletes.
Im weißen Judo-Anzug aus dem Libanon.
Bora doing better with the controlling as it comes through with the Makakomi again. That's twice we've seen that. Well, Bora picks up the Shido So it's 2-1 in the Shidos. Yagaliev now got to be a little bit more careful, and he's got to start changing his tactics in this contest. The way he started isn't obviously working for him. He's picked up the 2 Shidos, which has piled a lot of pressure on with 1.5 minutes left in this contest. Oh, Yagaliev there trying to get past that defensive arm of Bora. Every time he seems to slip the arm, Bora just steps in first. And I think it's just a matter of time he's going to pick up his next Shido, which would result in a hand sokumaki, and this is it. So the Shido's been awarded hand sokumaki, been given to Yagaliev, and Bora goes through to the 3rd round of this men's plus 100s.
The next contest on Tatami 1. Second round for men over 100 kilograms.
Now this is going to be a very interesting Matsiashvili. Matsiashvili there in the white, just approaching the mat from representing Georgia. Kagura of Japan in the blue. Matsiashvili ranked 14th in the world ranking. Just 2 positions higher than his teammate Ukrashvili. Oh, lovely attack there, scoring a Wazari. Kagura there, trying now, desperate to rotate his opponent up. Again, a drop Sianagi looking for, again, an opportunity, but as you can see, the base of Matsiashvili, very difficult to do that. It's very strong and defensive down there, which make it almost impossible for Kagurura to attempt anything down there in the Iwaza. Again, once more, the drop Sina. We're going to look at another Shido, but this time Matsiashvili is on the receiving end of that, and again that lovely drop Sianagi as he follows through into the Niwaza. Again, another nice attack, very positive in this round. Matiashvili now really has to try and step this up into the next gear as he throws that left hand high over into the collar, drawing his opponent's head down. Matiashvili then just falls onto that Marotti Sinagi, and that's the danger. As he throws the arm over, he has to try and draw his opponent towards him rather than him follow and walk onto the drop Sinagi. Now this is the problem when you're on a chasing game. This is where the mistakes are made. Matiashvili really has to start doing something, and he's piling the pressure on. Can't get that grip that he wants. Now he finds himself in the Niwaza where valuable seconds are being eaten away. And Kagurura is quite happy to be down in the Niwaza. Once more, Kagurura there looking for the drop Sinagi. Well anticipated by the Georgian. Just under a minute left in this contest, and Japan have dominated this contest. Not as effective the drop this time, but nevertheless 25 seconds left, under half a minute. And it's looking very unlikely that Matiashvili will come back from this. Again, a nice drop Sinagi following through into the Niwaza. Quite sure he's not really interested in doing anything down there other than letting the clock tick away.
Well, Matiashvili unable to get past young Japanese. Kageura Kokoro, we'll see him in the quarterfinals as well now. Kageura. So things beginning to take shape in the plus 100 kilo category. Lucas Kpalik of the Czech Republic will face Benjamin Harmenier of Belgium in the first of the quarterfinals. It'll be Borbana now to face Kageura Kokoro, and we'll follow that now with the Olympic silver medalist.
Yes, world ranked number 4.
And the number 2 seed here. Mind you, he takes a number 1 spot now, given that Natea has already made an early exit. Harazawa Hisayoshi of Japan faces Michael Horak of the Czech Republic. Maybe Horak can do his teammate a favour and knock over Harazawa before Kpalik has even got to get to him.
Well, that would be interesting to see how those two. Well, that would be it would be an ultimate upset, wouldn't it, for this weight category, to see the 2 top seeds go out in the first rounds. Well, Horak there for the Czech Republic just picks up the first Shido within the first 30 seconds. Not even that, 20 seconds. Harasawa, as we said, 4th seed in the world ranking. Just biding his time, not really rushing into this contest. Well, Harasawa there with that right hand high collar grip as he draws his opponent's head down and brings the hips through for that Uchimata. As we saw a little glimmer of it, what he's trying to set up at this moment, piling the pressure on that edge, working the edge to his advantage. Horak taking second best on the grip, as you can see, that left hand sneaking around the back, but it is now come in front, trying to block the right sleeve. Very poor attempt there of a drop, and I'm sure he will be penalised for that. And yes, he is. So he picks up the second Shido, which puts him in a very vulnerable situation with 2.5 minutes left in this contest. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki. So under a lot of pressure now, this young man from the Czech Republic. Horozawa there with that right hand. Here's the Uchimata again, as we saw earlier on, a little bit more effective this time. A real threat. Ouchi. Well, the Uchimata showed and switched it to the Ouchigari. A nice combination and very effective, which scored him the Ippon and a place in the third round of this plus 100s.
The next contest is second round contest for
Right, we've got another second round contest coming up now on mat number 1. Adam Okrashvili of Georgia faces Yeshan Zhinkishiev of Kazakhstan. It's Okrashvili in the white judogi, Zhinkishiev in blue. Zinkiev, sorry.
Well, Okrashvili, a big guy in this weight category. Seen on the world circuit for many years. And he's definitely one of these people that don't rush his judo at all. Bides his time, takes his moments. But already we've seen a Shido apiece for these two. Zinkiev looking the more positive of the two right now, but as we know, as the time ticks away, the power seems to deplete from these athletes. And that's when the ultimate mistakes are made. Okrashvili, bronze medal in the World Championships. Represented Georgia in the Olympic Games. At 28 years of age. Kochigari is his favourite technique. We're not really seeing that just quite yet. It's ranked, as we've said, 16th in the world ranking. Well, Zhinkiev there piling the pressure on, and the second Shido now goes to Okrashvili. I'm just asking both these gentlemen to get on their right sides. So it obviously reflects the scoreboard. I don't think they're in any mood to be bothered which side they're on. Both looking extremely tired out there with 1.5 minutes left in this contest.
Second round for men under 90 kilograms, tatami 2. In blue for France, Aurélien Diaz. And in white for Tajikistan, the current Asian champion,
Well, Okrurashvili now in a very dangerous situation. 2 Shidos on the board, 1 minute 20 seconds left in the contest. Uchimata there from the Kazakhstan counter-attack, but left himself in a vulnerable. Now he's caught up in the Newaza. The Kazakhstan desperately trying to secure that hold, and really sadly didn't have enough power to do so, but still 2 Shidos, 2 Wazaris on the board, so he's still in a very comfortable lead now. Ukarashvili made that real error there as he tried attempt the Kosoto, but he overstretched himself and lost his balance, which meant that he fell onto his side. Well, I believe he did fall onto his side and then obviously didn't get the score for it. Not one of the most impressive matches for the Georgian. Seen him a little bit more explosive, but today is just not going to be his day.
Yes, an unattractive looking scoreboard. 2 penalties picked up by Okrashvili. He's 1 score down. He's 21 seconds left to go, so it's a real struggle.
Well, he has battled all the way, but there is another Shido being awarded, but this time to Kazakhstan. But he's made more of an effort in this contest, and really he deserves to win. That's a very
inventive,
very unusual sort of move for a heavyweight, to be honest, especially someone of his side. His size is was the handicapped, I think, for that technique, to be honest. He needed to be a little bit more agile there, but possibly a real desperate attempt to come back into this contest, but sadly not today, and the Georgian goes out of the tournament.
Right, we're going to stay here then. Why not? Because we've got round 2 contests on mat numbers. No. Let's go down to mat number 3, because we started by having a look at Max Stewart. He's made it to round 2. Let's have a look at Max. He's up against Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. It's a really tough contest here, this one for Stewart. It's Stewart in the white judogi, Majdov in blue.
Well, Majdov there looking very strong, working the feet quite comfortably, and as you can see, Max Stewart's got the choke. It's across the face, as you can see, quite obvious from where we were at all angles there, so I was very surprised that it took them so long to call Natea on that. But it's something that Max Stewart's got to be very careful in the Newaza. He's up against Majdov, 20 years of age, 3 years younger than Stewart. And Max picking up the first Shido here, last minute and a half.
You mentioned that Majdov was only 20 years old, but in that time he picked up 2 Junior European Championship title, so promising youngster.
Definitely a promising youngster for Serbia. Testing the water here in the senior events with the vision of obviously 2020. Majdov, third in the under-23 European Championships last year. And the Junior European Championships back in last year, a gold medal in the 81 kilo category. So he's just made a move up to the 90 kilos. Max Stewart, as we said earlier on, 23, and is again, he's just made a move up to the 90s. Has been out a wee while with an injury, has come back quite strong, had a great performance in Paris. Cross grip there with the drops here. That's 2 Shidos on the board, but looks for the Sangaku turn here. As you can see, the head slipped out, so not as effective as he would have hoped for. Majdov there, we know he's got a lovely Uchimata as the hips come through. He's working towards the Makikomi. Nice threatening attack there against Stewart. Just under a minute left in this contest. Max looking for that cross grip, as you can see, and the drop Sienagi, which was very effective in the first round. There was a mistake there made from Max. He took the wrong choice there. Lost his balance, and just in the last seconds, Majdov scored quite comfortably with the Wazari, with the real help from Max Stewart. Be interested to see the mistake he made in those crucial seconds. Well, Max looked to be under pressure right from the beginning. He really didn't have a handle on the grips, or he had a couple of nice drops Sienagis, but for his opponent most probably predictable, because if he had been watching him in the earlier round, you would have seen that that was most probably the biggest scorer for him. But it'd be interesting to see again that score.
The next contest on tatami 2 is second round for men under 100 kilograms.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 2 now. Martin Pacek of Sweden faces Johannes Frey of Germany. It's Pacek in the white judogi, Frey in blue. We don't always get the scores. The Ippon ones, I think we do.
Yes.
But you don't always get the
would have been nice to see how that where the mistake was made, because it did seem, for my opinion, there was a mistake on Stewart's part. They said there Martin from Sweden in the white, Frey representing Germany in the blue.
Pacek is the number 1 seed here, so Johannes Frey a little bit unlucky to get him second fired up. Maybe and he had a tough one against Leonardo Gonçalves in the opening round, the Brazilian.
Yes, it was definitely a tough match. It was really a battle of the grips in that first round. And well, if you're wanting a warm-up match and to get through it, that's the best one to have. It was a real battle, and he didn't look as convincing to me as someone that is going to sort of go through into the final rounds. So, but who knows? Hasek there with the Sutemi waza, but really doesn't want to really engage in the Niwaza. See that big right arm over the top, very powerful, but lost confidence in it, fell to his face. A real wasted opportunity there for the Swede.
I said that his brother wasn't competing, but he is. He's up on mat number 3 in 3 fights time. I'd heard that he was injured. He wasn't going to take part, but must be mistaken.
It is really just about the Kumikata at the moment. Both very unsettled with the grips they've opted for right now, or what they can actually get from each other. For Frey, a very similar match as what he had in the other round. Really didn't get his own way with the grip. Picked up a few shidos with that pistol grip because he held on to it far too long, and it's looking like he's doing exactly the same thing here. Well, Teich there taking the first shido. A lovely drop. Cianagi needs the drive. Can he get it ahead? And the body slips out. Well, Frey, in the first round, it was a real tough match, and he did look totally exhausted from that contest, and he's starting to look a little bit tired now with 1 minute left in this contest in the second round.
The next contest on Tatami 1 is second round.
Uchimata attempt there from the Swede. No upper body control.
In blue for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Harun Sadikovic. In white for Kyrgyzstan, Yuri Krakovetsky.
Again, another attack from the Swede, but no control. Totally lost his grips. And as we know, there's no way you can actually throw, especially the guys that are this big, if you haven't got good kimikata. Chigari there for Frey. The cross grip from Frey again for the German. Pasek, the Sweden, somewhat unhappy with the grip that Frey was placing on his fingers. A little bit of a moan there to the referee, but really, he's just got to get on with the job. Not one of the most exciting matches. 16 seconds into the golden score. He's got that Oso Tagari. It was the strongest attack. He's got the Taitoshi there into a Makukomi. Again, we've seen that earlier on. Uchimata from the Swede was the strongest attack in the earlier minutes of this contest. The Ochigari, as you can see, is off that belt. Well, as the minutes tick away here, it's starting to look very scrappy. Both looking totally exhausted. And this is Frey's second match like this, so this will really take a lot out of him if he gets through to the next round. And it's taken a lot longer to put that belt up. So Temiwaza from the Swede looking to draw his opponent into the Niwaza. Well, Pacek really has to be careful here. He's trying to play up to the referee, which means he's just not focusing on the match in hand. Well, that picture just says it all. They're totally exhausted in this, with 5.5 minutes gone in this contest. The drop Cianagi from Frey, not convincing enough. But Martin Pasek really doesn't have much to offer as a comeback. That's another drop from Pasek, and I think this is just where it goes all wrong for the Swede, and I think he'll pick up his next Shido now.
The Shido in gold and score is going to put him out.
Yes.
Normal time would have been okay, but
well, not one of the most exciting matches, and for Frey, a very exhausting match indeed, and he punches the air with delight, but into the quarterfinal. But this is going to be the real tester of his condition, because 2 matches back to back like that can't be good for anybody's condition.
coming up next, Benjamin Fletcher of Great Britain faces Anis Ben Khaled of Tunisia. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Ben Khaled in blue.
Well, Ben Fletcher had a very convincing win in the first round, and Ben Khaled struggled in his first match against the Frenchman, and in fact was very lucky at the end. Won in the golden score, but in the closing seconds of the match he was scored a Wazari against, but they waved it off, and into the early seconds of the golden score came back to win the round. Now he's here with Ben Fletcher.
In blau Judo-Anzug aus Tadschikistan,
Ben Khalid has got to be one of the oldest competitors in this weight category.
On this one, we start first quarterfinal for women over 78 kilograms.
Auf der Nummer 1 jetzt bereits die Viertelfinals der Frauen plus 78 Kilogramm.
In blue for Japan, Tachimoto Megumi. In white for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Teich.
Harai Goshi is Ben Khalid's preferred technique. 37 years of age. He's got to be one of the oldest in this weight category and in this competition. Well, towering a little bit over Ben Fletcher. He picks up his first Shido against the Tunisian. And it's that left sleeve that Ben has to be careful as he takes him over the back. Nice counter. Looking for the opportunity down there in Niwas, and we know Ben's very clever in the ground. Ben looking for the circling motion to avoid the direct approach from the Tunisian's left arm that comes over, as you can see, that controls. And that is a lovely attack there. As he follows through into the Niwaza, just off the break of that left high collar. Ben capitalised in coming through. Looked to be Uchimata, but the foot went down and just powered his way through. So there's two Wazaris now on the board for Ben Fletcher, a nice comfortable lead. But there is that danger of that left hand of Ben Khalid that comes over the top. Now Ben's picked up his second Shido. One more would result in a hand Sokimaki. He's got a minute and 18 seconds left in the contest, so still quite some time. So he cannot afford to make any other mistakes in this contest. Ben Khalid looking for that left high collar grip. Ben knows he has to avoid that. There's a Kosota. A little bit dangerous there for Fletcher. Osakomi now called. Well, that's a great win there for Benjamin Fletcher of Great Britain, who goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 100 kilos, and he'll be up against Frey of Germany. Now, we know that Ben Fletcher's got great condition, and he hasn't been challenged too much in the first earlier rounds. Will this be the advantage that he'll have over Frey in the quarterfinals? Because as we know, Frey's really been challenged and has gone to time with both of his matches and looked totally exhausted at the end of both.
Well, we're going to stay on mat number 2 to see the action in the under 100 kilo category. Jose Armenteros of Cuba faces Marc Deschênes of Canada. It'll be Armenteros in the white judogi, Deschênes in blue.
Im blauen Judoanzug aus Kanada, Marc Deschênes. Im weißen Judoanzug, der dreimalige panamerikanische Meister aus Kuba.
Well, this is the first round. It's even the second round, but the first match for Deschênes from Canada.
Wenn bis 100 Kilo Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Georgien, Lasha Tavelori.
Armenteros fought the Israeli in the first round. Kpalik. You can see there the left controlling grip on the lapel there for the Canadian as he tries to throw that right arm over the shoulder of the Cuban.
Match 1, the winner in blue for Japan, Tachimoto Megumi. Tachimoto Megumi will be in the
Armenteros there with the right hand
moving over
lapel
78
grip.
kilograms.
No grip at all.
Matte 3. Zweite Runde Frauen bis 78 Kilogramm. Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus den Niederlanden, Karen Stevenson. Und im weißen
Also to
Judo-Anzug
Makakomi
aus
there
Ungarn,
for
Jo
the
Abel.
Canadian. Into the Osakomi.
Quarterfinal for women over 78
Teich
kilograms.
Auf der Matte 1
Not controlling it as well as he was hoping for.
plus 78 Kilogramm.
Lost a great opportunity to finishing this match
Aus Deutschland
in the
Jasmin
early
Phillips.
minutes of the contest.
Siegerin aus Brasilien weißen Judo-Anzug, Rochelle Nunes.
There's Chen with one Wazari on the board now, taking a lead in the first half. Oso Tagari, Armenteros coming back quite strong. Evening up with a Wazari now each. Well, Armenteros very slow to react in than he was. It didn't look like he was really going to make much of an impact down there. Referee knew that. Rather than wasting any valuable seconds in there, brought them back up to their feet. Just over a minute left in this contest. Wazari each. Cuban looking a little bit more engaging in this contest, finding no difficulty in getting his grip. Canadian leaving himself wide open there as for that Oso Tagari. Falls down onto his knees. Canadian, as you can see, that right hand creeping over the top. Cuban looking very powerful. That's a nice strong grip there from the Canadian, taking a little bit too long to react with it though. Ochigari. Nice attack there from the Canadian. Well, that could have been a Shido there for the Canadian as he dropped to his knees. He's very lucky not to get that. Now we're into the golden score. Canadian wrapping up that arm, just lost the control just at that vital point. Drops Cianagi there. Yosota into the makikomi as he rotates. Yes, it's a continuous move, and Armenteros takes a Wazari and a place into the next round, the quarterfinals.
Canadian put up a reasonable effort, didn't he?
He did. He put on a battle there, but it was really, he couldn't secure the grips. He managed to get at times some very strong grips, and then didn't follow it up. He was too slow to react to follow up into the attack. And then when he did attack, he didn't have the grip. So it was either one or the other, and needs to really settle down a little bit more. It's easier to say when watching, but Armenteros does look very powerful, and every time when he gripped, he looked very controlling and threatening out there. So problem is, this being his first fight as well, it's difficult. You haven't got that warm-up where the Cuban did, so he already knew what his day was going to feel like.
Well, if Lucas Kpalik and Daniel Natea was match of the day up to this point, I think the upcoming contest is likely to rival it. Jorge Fonseca of Portugal faces Wolf Aaron of Japan. It's Fonseca in the white judogi, Wolf in blue. Here we go.
Well, Fonseca, for me, had the throw of the tournament in Paris with that Oso Tagari, where he buried one of his opponents.
Karl Richard Frey.
Was it Frey? Oh.
Yeah. And you know, yesterday when you said someone got buried, Wolf is going to hope that you haven't just jinxed him there.
Yeah, I know. It was an amazing technique, and it's still in the back of my mind.
Still ringing in the back of Karl Richard Frey's mind.
It's all over Facebook and it's all over YouTube. It is such a spectacular throw.
Yeah, you're right. It really was.
The next quarterfinal on Met 1 is for
A very unusual name for a Japanese wolf.
Yeah, his father's American.
Yes.
Yeah.
For Japan, 2015 World Cadets Champion, Sone Akira.
It's not dissimilar to Baker Matthew.
That's right.
Matthew Baker,
Yes.
really. But, the Japanese have their own naming order, and we try and stick with that. Wolf Aaron.
Lovely drop Cianagi there
Yes.
from Fonseca. Scoring a Wazari. Look at that serious face of the man. He's up for business. Well, Fonseca always looks very strong in the first 2 minutes of a contest and then starts to nosedive a little bit. I always feared, lovely attempt there, as you could see, showed the ip on Cianagi, but the foot was staying behind and clipped the ankles for what looked to be like a Kosota or Diashibare. Nice combination again, another drop. Fonseca with the lead of the Wazari, but he has picked up a Shido. Aaron Wolf really hasn't settled into this contest yet. It's been totally dominated by the Portuguese, but made him a little bit of an error there. It could have cost him. So he landed on his back. Now the second Shido, but this time awarded to Wolf of Japan. Well, like I said, we're into the last half of this contest. Wolf there with the left hand, starting to now take a little bit more control, and now Fonseca starting to look a little bit scrappy.
Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Deutschland, Christina Faber.
Again, Fonseca attempting the drop Cianagi. soft belt grip of the Japanese. Looks very dangerous. And a lovely change of direction there. Sutemi was a...
Look how cool he looks.
Was, oh.
30 odd seconds left to go. Wazari down.
This is a problem with Fonseca. Come past halfway mark, he tends to nosedive slightly. His condition is not as great, and he starts to lose momentum there. And now we're seeing this now being even with the Wazari apiece, but the Japanese has now got that opportunity and he's capitalising on it. As you can see, the attacks from Fonseca are very, very poor. They're more now reactions rather than taking control. Under pressure, he's reacting rather than actually taking this match. A lovely Oso Tagari. Wolf did so well to get off that technique. Now we're into the golden score. Well, Wolf is starting to look so much stronger out there. He just needed time and he needed that opportunity. Fonseca was all over him at the beginning, didn't give him the opportunity to come in, didn't give him any chance to show his judo, but it's all changed now. The dynamics of this match has really now flipped over to the Japanese. Fonseca, as you can see, even the body language, he's starting to have the odd moan now and again of the grip and that. He's got to keep focused, and we saw this in Paris. He did exactly the same. Had some really high moments in the tournament and then some terrible lows. The most dangerous fighter Fonseca is in the first 2 minutes of any contest. After that, it's a free for all. Well, can he? Oh, lovely Ochigari there. Wolf attacking again, very strong, and I think Fonseca once again, the head's down. I think this is a Shido. Gotta be. Well, I think that's saying it all.
Oh,
well, he's a
one more roll of the dice.
A lucky man. He needs to. Oh.
Wolf gets in there first. It's not the most committed, but
no, but he's sharper.
Now the Ashiwaza. One more attack, that will do.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think she's going to give him that, to be honest. I think she's seen enough. She had that.
They normally get the third. But she'd stopped it once before with the thought of doing it. Yes. So in a way, they have been three, but still, just give it one more go.
Well, I think Fonseca knows it's coming. Well, he's obviously someone up there is looking down on him. Yeah, so close. It's a really tense situation. You know that Fonseca can throw, and he can throw big, and he is a spectacular fighter. But it is always a suspicion that his condition lets him down. And a Wazari for that attempt there of the Uchimata goes to Wolf. And Fonseca, well, that just tells you, look at him, absolutely exhausted. And Wolf will meet in the quarterfinals for a place in the semi with Armenteros of Cuba.
Nice one. Looking
Really
forward to that.
that'll be a
Yeah.
very
Different body
interesting match.
types.
Yes, very different.
Tall and
different
leggy,
styles.
strong, long limbs and stockier and tough. That was a good matchup between those two body.
They were evenly matched,
yeah.
and I think that Wolf will win the next round because that will suit his style of judo. I think it really will. I think it will complement him.
Right. Now, I'm just going to have a look at the timing here. We may hang on just for a little bit because it's our first look at Natalie Powell. Where's she seeded today, Miss Powell? What's happened to her?
Number 1 seed.
Right. Natalie Powell is the number 1 seed. She had a bye in the first round, so this is round 2. So opening contest against Larissa Grunwald. We'll see how this pair get on because we really want to go down to watch the quarterfinals in the plus 78 kilo category, but that's a tough one down there at the moment. So I'm just going to give that a pass for a moment whilst we see what's happening with Natalie Powell, given that she is the number 1 seed here. And then, of course, we want to go down to see Lucas Kpalik and Benjamin Harmenier. That'll be the next contest.
Natalie picks up the first judo for stepping off the mat. Very, very similar fighters, aren't they? And
yeah, extreme with their stance. Almost. There was a moment there when Grunwald almost got turned herself. Right, well, we were going to stick here to see what was going to happen with Natalie Powell, but coming on to mat number 1 now.
that's a Wazari there for Natalie. And I think we're just looking at the Osakomi. If she can get that leg out. It's working her way out, and yes, she does. Oh, and she loses control, and
The current Olympic champion, Lucas Kpalik.
so that puts her in the lead. Now we've changed the dynamics of this contest. Grunwald now having to do the chasing. Steps across the Uchimata. Oh, so close.
We've got the Olympic champion down on mat number 1. Lucas Kpalik up against Benjamin Harmenier.
On mat 3, we start quarterfinals for men under 90 kilograms.
Im blauen Judoanzug aus Spanien, Nikolaus Schirradishvili. Im weißen Judoanzug aus Slowenien, Michael Schkan.
Right, we are going to go down to mat number 1 and have a look at Lucas Kpalik. It's the current Olympic champion at under 100 kilos. He's moved up to plus 100. Benjamin Harmenier is his opponent from Belgium. And remember, at home, if you want to watch any of the other mats, mat number 2, just click on mat 2, you get all that action. You can click on mat number 3, you get all that action. And it's the quarterfinal, the first of the quarterfinals in the plus 100 kilo category.
Right, we have Harmenia. I think I pronounced that correctly. I know we were pronouncing
Well,
it
I had to go down and ask
incorrectly
the
before.
Belgian how he pronounced it, yeah. Harmenier, I think it is.
Harmenia.
The interesting thing for me about Kpalik is all of these fighters that he is going to face in the plus 100 kilo category offer up a different dynamic for him. You had the huge man mount in
He's
size.
the heaviest in the weight category, yeah. And
I can't remember what he was. What was he?
he was 180 something kilos, I think. There was something like 70 kilos of a difference. That's what it was like, having another man in there with you.
So that was
Fighting.
one problem
Yeah.
for Kpalik. Now, Harmonier, I don't know where we've got a list of the weights there, is a different prospect, size-wise, body type, the whole thing, the movement doesn't come up to the same kind of difference that there was with Natea, Daniel Natea.
There's a slight difference with weight, but what you've got here is, I'm not quite sure what the referee's looking for right now, but at the moment we've got one Shido, and there's the second Shido that goes to Harmonier.
See, Harmonier has got some gripping problems with Kpalik, and I was saying that Kpalik faces difficulties with new fighters, but they all face difficulties with him, because he's come in here, he's faster, he's fitter, and he's probably tactically that much more difficult to deal with, but Harmonier has found a way to deal with him.
Yes. Whether it's politically correct,
He's
I don't know, but
he's taken quite a whack
he's got
to the face.
Bondarenko fought Harmonier in the earlier round, and that was a real battle,
Yeah.
and I think that did take a lot out of
The
this
next
young man from
contest
Belgium.
of the number 2 is
But
second round for
But again, I think it was a little bit of the size difference, and this is where each match you'll have to take it at face value, and what shape and size and weight, and they are coming in all different. Some are athletic, some are very short and really heavy, and but the threat is when they're smaller, they're very agile, even though they're quite heavy with the Sienagis, which means if you're tall and athletic, you can find yourself in a vulnerable situation with the drop Sienagis, and where you're falling over on top of them.
2 penalties picked up by Harmonier. He's got a little over a minute left to go. The likelihood is that he'll get a third. Kpalik catches one there just for good measure. But we were talking about the kind of motivation. What was going to motivate Kpalik?
Lovely there,
Gorgeous, wasn't it?
Oh, that was nice. He rolled him over quite comfortably there with ease. Now, as we say that Kpalik really is comfortable in
There
the
was a man.
Also
3 for 3.
Straight in.
3 for 3.
Without any problem whatsoever.
This is beginning to look painful, isn't it?
It is. Do you know what the most challenging one was? Natea, and I thought that was the one he had to get past. He was the biggest man in the group. He was the number 1 seed, and if he had to do it, it was that match. And I think having that one under his belt, that win, I think that's given him the confidence now to go through. I can't see the man being stopped unless he's got the Japanese on the other half. That will be another crucial, but that will be the second tester for him. I think everything else, he's just got to do what he's good at. He'll get there in the final, I'm convinced of that, but it's then what happens in the final with Karawasawa.
There's the finish to that Sumigaeshi that Loretta was
Lovely.
talking about. Really nice, good timing. Good. He had a good sense of which way Harmonier was going to move, and he just takes him. The timing here is perfect.
Yes. What he's got is the ability with this guy. He can move him. Look at the pace.
Yeah.
Very, very fast. Opened him up. Come right underneath the centre of balance. Used his legs, which he's very clever at doing. And the Niwaza was just there. He fell into it.
Now, the second of the quarterfinals features Bobana of Hungary. He's up against Kageura Kokoro of Japan. It's Bo in the white judogi, Kageura in blue. So an interesting matchup here. If Bo can tumble over the Japanese, then he'll face Kpalik. If it's the other way round, then it will be Kageura to face the Czech giant. So we shall see. A semi-final place here at stake. Bo in the white judogi, Kageura in blue.
Well, Kagura, I think, was more challenged in his previous match against the Georgian. That was a tough one for him. And he seemed to dispose of him quite comfortably. So for me, I think there's the possibility that he will be strong.
Das nächste Viertelfinale auf der Matte 3 bis 90 Kilogramm. Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Serbien, Nemanja Majdov. Im weißen Judo-Anzug aus Russland, Hussein Khamozayev.
Single Shido picked up by Kageura. He's new to me, this Japanese heavyweight.
He looks quite young, fresh face, so sure. Oh yes, well.
Goes over.
Well, he just planted him into the mat there. That was very nicely done.
21 years old, the Japanese is.
He looks quite young, but he's got a real maturity in his judo. So here again, you see the Ippon Sianagi switches it to the Osota and buries him. Yes, that was nice. You know, there's been a lot of the Osotagaris, really strong quality Osotagaris that we've seen in the past couple of tournaments.
Break fall there for you?
The lovely Ukemi.
We were talking about break falls yesterday. Look at the smile on Boar's face as well as he goes over. He just has a little smile. Look, he knows he's been caught.
I think that's been winded.
Now we were wondering who in the lower half of the draw might come up as the big challenger to Kpalik, who appears to be taking the top half by storm. Harazawa Hisayoshi is the man who could do that. He's the number 2 seed. It's the Japanese in the white judogi to face Yerzhan Zhinkeyev of Kazakhstan in blue.
Well, Harasawa has got to be the favourite in this final. My predictions, Kpalik and Harasawa of Japan. Zhinkeyev there, as you can see, that left hand just tucked underneath on the lapel, more towards a blocking rather than attacking. Kawasawa there with that high collar grip, right-handed, using a lot of controlling, really not engaging too much. Kazakhstan picks up the second Shido. You can see that right high collar grip of the Japanese draws his opponents down to his knees. Very powerful indeed. And I think this is either going to be a big throw or a hansokumaki in the next, within the next minute, I think.
He's out of his depth.
He's totally just not in there.
Sorry to be derogatory towards Zhinkeyev,
well,
but
he's just surviving. You can see that left hand it's hanging on. It's not even using it. He's not directing with it at all. It's just literally hanging and defending. So
he was lucky to get away with that. Thought the referee was just about to finish him off there. 2 penalties, a minute 40 odd. Loretta and I have been saying all the morning, reading the scoreboards, you can see when you're going to be in trouble. Well, Zhinkeyev knows it. He's just
It's just a
shook
matter
his
of
head
time,
there,
isn't
and
it? And I think the referee,
seen enough. It's no good throwing your hands out, mate. You had three goes at it.
Yes.
It's not the referee's fault. He reacts to the things that you do, or in
Yes.
your case, don't do.
Well, I just don't think he had a look at him in that match at all. He was totally out of his depth, and
And the problem for
I think it's frustrating because even you are going to get matches like that. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about it. There's going to be a very difference of abilities, but it's how you react to that. And if they give it their all and they just get spanked over, that's one thing. And you say, well, at least they're gaining a bit of experience. But he just didn't look like he was going to be even interested in the contest.
and it was kind of stolen from us because we wanted to see Harazawa.
Yes.
I mean, we've had a good look now at Kpalik, but we really haven't had a good look
No,
at
I don't
Harazawa.
I don't think he's actually been challenged yet, and that is the biggest worry for me. That someone can go right through into the semi-finals, into the finals, without actually having too much of a challenge, and then all of a sudden, bang, you've got someone like Kpalik that's going to be right in there.
Yahiv Kamo couldn't take part in that contest because he'd injured his shoulder in a previous contest. So we're going to go down to mat number 3. It's a quarterfinal between the twin brother of the current Olympic champion at 81 kilos, Hassan Kalmuzaev. His brother is here, Hussein Kalmuzaev. He's up against Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. It's Kalmuzaev in white, Majdov in blue. Thanks for that. It's just, Karina's just come to tell us that Kamo is not competing on mat number 1. That was very sweet of you, darling. Thank you so much. Doesn't matter that it was late. I'm actually pretty enough. Right, she's not going to come and tell me anything now.
Was there. She
Yeah.
won't be telling you nothing now
That's
because
that,
you've
that's
been
it.
too cheeky.
She didn't hear, because she had to take the headphones off to come over here, so she didn't hear.
Someone's going to tell us.
So one of her
Someone
friends
will
will
tell her.
message her. Right, it's golden score here. We were already a minute into golden score. Kalmuzaev has picked up 2 penalties. He's got his hands full. He hasn't been able to score. They're going to have to call a mate here because the belt is going to hinder Majdov's movement if they're not careful. They normally stop this now.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I can see the point of the referee because Kalmuzaev has got advantage. Why would you say mate when he's got the grip? You're getting that feel that something's going to happen, and then you say mate in between it. It wouldn't be in the best interest for the Russian. And as we know, it's so difficult to engage with the grips first. When you've got it, it's about timing.
Kalmuzaev was lucky there. He had that grip on one side for quite a while without coming up with an attack. But we're continuing, minute and a half into golden score. Uchigari right-sided from Kalmuzaev. He steps off that. Does Majdov.
In white for Slovenia, Klara Apotekar.
That sort of long walk around to come to the beginning again.
Take your time.
The golden score has got to be in straight away, but he did do the lap of honour around the mat before he started. Kalmuzaev, I think, is the stronger of the two. He's got a great powerful grip there, as you can see. That right hand behind the collar, the hip has been drawn in. The Uchimata will be there, and yes, and he sacrifices him over. Well, it was just going to go all different ways. He had such a powerful grip. He drew his opponent's head down, and the Serbian just lost complete control and power of that contest. He could have gone Uchimata, and he went the harder way over and over the top, right in. That was some nice judo there. Good finish, and only But 2.5 minutes into the golden score. Long battle there.
20 years old. Just very quickly gather it, his composure again and his poise, because he was really upset, making sure that he finished off bowing to his opponent, bow to the referee, bow to the judges' table as well, as if to say, look, I really am sorry, no problems there. Of course he's upset because what was a Yuko is now Wazari, so he loses on the slimmest, because he was kind of rolling off that, did a lot of the body, hit the mat, the scoring part of the body. There was that question, the coach wasn't happy. He'd given absolutely everything in that final minute of the golden score there, so he was upset, but in the end they weren't going to change it, and they had a good look at it. Michael Correll of the Netherlands now is up on mat number 3. The next of the quarterfinals in the under 100 kilo category. It's Correll in the white judogi. He faces Kazbek Zankishiev of Russia. Correll in the white judogi, Zankishiev in blue. We'll follow that with Karl Yadfrey against Toma Nikiforov. That's the next quarterfinal in the under 100 kilo category. We haven't really given the plus 78 kilo category women their due yet, because they've got a semi-final coming up there. Tatsumoto Megumi, the former world masters champion, world silver medalist, double world bronze medalist. We haven't given her a look in yet.
Haven't covered any of the plus.
We should have a look actually in the semi-final time. They've got 2 in a row, both the semi-finals. We have to keep an eye on that and see about going down there.
Well, Correll there with a flurry of attacks from the Ashiwazas to the Sianagis. Opting for that left hand on the lapel, but the Russian just dismissing it. Left to left grip.
Mat number 2, for those of you that want to watch it, you just click on mat number 2. You can watch Edward Trippel of Germany. He's up against Nishiyama Daiki of Japan. Sorry, go on.
Lovely drop Sianagi there from Correll. So close. Well, there's a real difference that the throws, or the attempt of throws, are coming from Correll, the Dutchman, but the threat is always there with a good kumikata of the Russian. As if he's just bided his time, but he's 2 shidos up, and I think he's just playing too long of a waiting game here, and he has to be very careful. Kosota, oh, a lovely drive, and that's what he was playing it, waiting for it. Gets the score. Still, 2 shidos is just there on that board, which is still always a very dangerous position to be in, and it makes him vulnerable.
Now, if you want to continue watching this contest, just click on mat 3 and you will get mat 3. We're going to go down to see the first of the semi-finals in the plus 78 kilo category. Tatsumoto Megumi of Japan faces Rochelle Nunes of Brazil. It's Tatsumoto in the white judogi, Nunes in blue. It's the first time that we've had a look at the plus 78 kilo category today. And Trippel, by the way, has just thrown the Japanese on mat 2 for Wazari. So Nishiyama Daiki trails in that contest in the quarterfinal with Edward Trippel. Correll trails against the Russian Zankishiev by Wazari, and there's no score in the contest between Tatsumoto and Nunes. We've really just got underway with this one. It's Tatsumoto who picks up a penalty. Her sister is the current Olympic champion at under 70 kilos. I had the pleasure of escorting Tatsumoto down to the competition area.
Oh, that was a good counter there from Nunes. She did well to get off the initial attack from Tachimoto.
Really? I thought it was the other way. I was surprised.
So did I.
Yeah, it was Nunes who was attacking.
Yes.
Tachimoto had her hands below the belt holding onto her, and they gave Nunes the Shido. Oh well. Maybe they saw something that we didn't.
Uchimata, oh, lovely attack there. Scoring the Wazari. Now looking to finish off in the Niwaza. She drives her opponent towards her head. Well, they've taken the Wazari off Tachimoto, so it's back to no scores. A lovely Ouchigari Uchimata. Oh,
They
yes,
won't take the one off, yeah.
I would have thought that was a bomb, but
Well, maybe just because she landed and then rolled on her back,
Yes.
maybe they'll leave that as Wazari.
Nächstes Viertelfinale des Handball-Programms auf der Matte 3.
Minute and a half to go. Tachimoto gets the score back on. That first one they cancelled.
there's a lovely Uchimata from Tachimoto. From a combination there of the Ouchi, switching it quite elegantly as we've seen. Now we have Nunes with that high collar grip. Tachimoto's, as you can see, Judogi over her head, making it very difficult for her. Now Tachimoto looking for the shimiwaza. So just 23 minutes left in this semi-final. A place in the finals at the plus 78. Tachimoto, Japan in white. Nunes of Brazil in the blue. Tachimoto changing the pace of this contest, stepping out but one more gear. Nakukomi there from Nunes. Tachimoto wins with that Wazari and takes a place in the final of the plus 78s.
We've got a second semi-final coming up next, but before they take to the tatami, I'll just update you with regard to Edward Triple and Nishiyama Daiki on mat 2. Both fighters have scored twice, so 4 scores in that contest. They're in golden score, and 27 seconds of that. You just click 2 and you'll be able to see that. And the quarterfinal down on mat number 3 between Karl Richard Frey and Toma Nikiforov of Belgium. There's a minute and 50 odd left in that one. There's no scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got the second semi-final in the plus 78 kilo category coming up next. Irina Kinzerska of Ukraine faces Kristin Busov of Germany. It's Kinzerska in the white judogi, Busov in blue. But the crowd is on fire with regard to the quarter-final between Triple and Nishiyama. A reminder that you can see that by clicking on map number 2. Well, the winner of this will face Tachimoto Megumi of Japan in the final. So one of these fighters is definitely going to take a medal here today. Tachimoto will take a medal irrespective of what happens now. She's made her way to the final. Now the big cheer from map 2 as Edward Triple of Germany brings down Nishiyama Daiki. That's what the cheering in the background is about.
Liebe Freunde, was für ein fantastisches Viertelfinale von beiden Athleten auf Ball 2.
Barbara Bandel was the fighter from Germany who told me to look out for Edward Triple. She said, keep an eye out for Triple. And it's looking that way as he makes his way into the semi-final. Two penalties have been dished out already, one apiece. Kinzerska, first of all, and now Busso, and I wonder where this one is going. Well, it's a second penalty to the German Kerstin Busso. Kinzerska picked up that penalty for stepping out the area, but they've decided to change that.
Sieger auf Matte 3 und damit im Halbfinale bis 100 Kilogramm aus Belgien, Thomas Nikiforov. Auf der Matte 3 nun Viertelfinale Frauen bis 78 Kilogramm.
Inside the last minute here, this is a real challenge for the German to see if she can come back with a score. A single score would do it for her. The two penalties would not weigh the score, so that's what Kerstin is looking at. That was a good effort from Kinzerska, and she brings Busov down onto a side for Wazari, and with just a few seconds left to go, it's not looking well, I'm afraid. So it's a win for Irina Kinzerska. She will face Tachimoto Megumi of Japan in the final of the plus 78 kilo category. Can move now to mat number 2. We'll pick up the action between Komranshah Ustapirian of Tajikistan. He faces Becca Gviniashvili. Let's go to mat number 2 then. It's the quarter-final between Ustapirian in white, Gviniashvili in blue. There's a single score for Gviniashvili. Wazari lead for Gviniashvili. He's picked up a Shido. 50 seconds left to go.
Und Christine Büssow sehen wir nachher noch im Kampf um Bronze. Bei den Frauen plus 78 Kilogramm.
The next contest on men 1 is a repêchage contest for men over 100 kilograms.
Auf Matte 1 nun die Trostrundenbegegnungen der Männer.
Well, I think Ustapirian just walked off the mat there.
In blue for Hungary, for Barna. In white for Belgium, Benjamin Hermanier.
Well, this isn't a good situation, is it, for Becca? Unless we're picking up another Shido to the other side.
Yeah. No, Ustapirian walked off the mat. Gviniashvili's got 2 Shidos. So Ustapirian, cleverly, because he's a Wazari down, walked off the mat in the hope that Becca would pick up the third Shido and get Hansoko Make. Yeah. Clever as well as being unsporting. That was not nice. And all he's doing is asking for a penalty.
Yes, that's all he's trying to play for now.
Yeah, he scored on him twice. I'm not even going to go there. Gviniashvili scored on Ustapirian twice. Ustapirian's had almost 4 minutes.
Never been close to a score.
And not come close to a score. The only thing that he can do is to ask the referee to give a third penalty. It's his only saving grace.
But the thing is, the more you ask, the less you're going to get, isn't it? When are they ever, the experience that these athletes have, that you don't tell the referee how to do their job, do you? You just get on with the job in hand and let them do theirs and you do yours. And
it's an unattractive situation, isn't it?
It's a silly tactic to take, and it's, in fairness possibly to him, it's a desperate tactic to make. He's on desperate measures. He can't throw him, he can't penalise him, so he's just going to try and moan his way through it. But nevertheless, the right person will go through. He goes through into the semi-finals of the under 90 kilos.
You see, he ends up there as his best friend and hugging him and everything, and then looking at the referee as though the referee's done him some harm. Becca was the one who did you some harm by throwing you twice, and you weren't able to come back with a score. Right, Johannes Frey is on the mat now. It's the quarter-final in the under 100 kilo category. He faces Benjamin Fletcher of Great Britain. This for a place in the semi-final.
Well, Frey, as we know, we've watched him battle his way through these stages, and I'm just wondering if that is maybe one. This is going to be one battle too much for him. Ben Fletcher has had he's had an easy ride through. He's been excellent in his performance, and he's won every match very convincingly within the time. The complete opposite to Frey. Well, there's a quarter-final place in the semi-final here for the men. It's under 100. Germany, Frey in white, and Great Britain, Fletcher in the blue. Lovely attack there from Frey. Ben looking for an opportunity down in the Niwaza. Well, the way Frey has battled away to this quarter-final took me a bit surprised, really, to fire in so quickly at such an early stage of the contest. It's not something that he has done in the previous matches. we'd be looking at now that there'd be 2 Shidos on the board for Frey.
The winner on match 1 in blue for Hungary, Barna.
And Frey looks to have the slight advantage as far as grips are concerned, and he's got that very long reach that is making it a little bit challenging there for Ben Fletcher. As you can see, he's trying to get past that defensive left hand that's digging in there on the chest. He's holding his opponent's right sleeve. So first Shido being awarded there to Frey. No Soto attack there from the German. And that right high collar grip from the German looks very strong.
Well, at the risk of upsetting my colleague one more time, the semi-final of the plus 100 kilo. I love you, I do. I've got to tell you that. But the semi-final of the plus 100 kilo category, Lucas Kpalik is coming onto the mat against the young Japanese. We got to go down there, right? Kageura of Japan in blue, Kpalik in white. The timing is just off.
Timing is terrible, really, and it just seems to be like you're halfway through and it always seems to be a British player.
Have you noticed that?
Well, do you know what? I hope he comes out with a big Uchimata, throws him for 10 and gets into that semi-final. That'd be nice to know that that's what's happened. So my prediction for Ben Fletcher.
Remember, you can just click on 2. If you're here and you want to be somewhere else, just click on 2 and you'll be able to get that contest.
But saying that, you're totally right in this one. It's a fight. It's a competitor we've been watching right from the beginning. Kpalik, he has moved into the plus 100s. He's got to be one of the top favourites for the win here in this tournament. An Olympic champion, a world champion, a European champion. There's nothing he hasn't won, and now he sets his goals in the plus 100s, and a real challenge, I think, for Teddy Riner in the future.
Right now, after all those titles you've called, there's one that he really wants. This one.
This one.
Right now, he
wants this one, but I think the way he's performing, he's had some real battles. I don't think the Japanese he's been threatened at all. I think he hasn't actually had much of a challenge up to this stage now. But Kpalik, he's had the real tester, which was the top seed of the
Natea,
plus
yeah, the big man.
Natea, and he defeated him well. And I think for him, for Kpalik, that was the biggest challenge for him.
Kageura defeated Levani Matiashvili. I think you saw that one. Yes,
that's right, I did.
And then we saw Bohr as well, Barna.
He's had not bad. He's had some good matches, but I just feel that Kpalik is really on form. He's the only thing that's given him problems is just his weight. He's not the ones that have challenged him. It's only because they're most probably 70 kilos heavier, which it is a challenge for anybody, however good you are. But look at that grip there, that left-handed high collar grip. Nice knockdown there. Yeah. Good Ashi was there from Japanese. Knocked him to his face.
Nicely balanced now inside the 2-minute timing. Minute 40 odd left to go. No score, no penalties. A little maybe Hizaguruma attempt there. Ojigari left-sided. Sumigeshi is the favourite. Just rolls off that as Kageura.
Well, for me, I would like to see Kpalik in the final, because I wouldn't like to see an all-Japan final.
Not given what we saw. Given what we saw yesterday, no.
Karasawa is looking on form, and I think that would be a nice, interesting fight to watch. Olympic silver medalist, a good tester for Kpalik to know exactly where he stands in the plus 100s.
Kageura is getting worn down here. I'm not that sure that he's accustomed to being in the middle with this kind of power and movement, because he's accustomed to heavier fighters. It's slightly different. That was poor. That was not the best effort from Kageura. First error.
Well, I think that's more of a panic attack where Kpalik had that really strong grip. He was controlling the head quite nicely, drawing his opponent's head down, really threatening the Sumigeshi there again. This is what we saw in the previous match, and he turned him over and held him down.
And this time, Kageura, it's the third time that he's gone for the Sumigeshi Kpalik. The first time, he was lucky not to get caught. Oh, that's nice.
Lovely Chigari.
See, this is what Kageura is not accustomed to, that kind of movement from the big fellas. The first time, he almost got caught in Nevaza Kpalik. Second time, he avoided it easily. This time, there was not even any attempt from Kageura. He's running out of steam. You would be when you're battling against a man with supreme fitness.
Yeah, he is definitely a real athlete out there, and condition, you can see he's got good condition. He's got a real... He can keep fighting and hard. He's got strong grips. He's got the size, which is an advantage. But he's also got the speed as well. He moves so well. He's very sharp. His reactions are very sharp against his opponent. So we're now into the golden score. And so far, Kpalik has been he's been the closest to scoring in this match.
Yes, on a couple of occasions, yeah.
And he's actually put more attacks in. But that...
Oh, yes! Loretta strikes again.
Oh, no! Oh, goodness me. Well, he skied him. Oh.
You don't see that very often,
what?
do
You
you?
have to say,
Yeah.
well done, that was brilliant. But you know what? Gutted. Absolutely gutted, because I would have liked to have seen him in the final. But you know what? He stepped over that. He made that mistake. He should have crushed it. He should have come back off it.
He moved around and left the space there.
He thought he could step it. He stepped over. That's the mistake. That one step in
onto
front,
his back,
he walked straight onto it. Ultimate. Lovely drop seeing Aggie. Oh, it was perfect. Aye. Right, well. Fantastic.
He launched him, didn't he?
Oh, he did. He absolutely launched him. He made such a big mistake.
Ooh.
Stepped over that.
Well, we're not going to see the head-to-head with Harazawa. Harazawa, however, has got to face Yuri Krakowiecki first of all in order to make it into the final. And if he does, he'll face his teammate. Oh, what a spanking that was, isn't it?
Gosh, that's got to be one of the throws of the day, isn't it? Well, if you're going to do something, you do it like that, don't you?
That's going to be on the highlights reel, I'm sure.
Definitely. But you know what? I wouldn't have even thought that could have happened to Kpalik. But he'll learn from it. Right,
Harazawa Hisayoshi of Japan in the white judogi. Yuri Krakowiecki of Kyrgyzstan in blue. This for a place in the final. Harazawa just acknowledging that he'd had both hands on one side for a little bit too long. So he picked up that penalty.
As we know with Kawazawa, he takes his time. He's not going to be rushed at all, and we've seen this in every match that he's had throughout the day.
Whoops.
But Krakowiecki there, he's digging in. He's definitely piling a bit of pressure on there.
Wolf Aaron has just overcome Jose Monteros of Cuba in the quarterfinal of the under 100 kilo category on mat number 2, and then down on mat number 3 there's a repêchage contest between Michal Skank of Slovenia and Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. There's no score in that one as yet. About 20 odd seconds left to go.
Well, Harasawa really has to now start stepping it up into the next gear. I think he's played a waiting game a little bit too long now. He's coming into the halfway mark. Oh! All right, well, this just gets more and more exciting.
In white for Great Britain, Natalie Powell.
Both Japanese fighters have shown good movement, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Those Japanese heavyweights. I wonder if they'll see it if there's a head-to-head. See the same kind of thing when they go head-to-head if they do. I'm not counting out Krakowiecki as yet, but
no,
I haven't penciled him in. Put it that way.
Well, do you know what? Based on what he's just done there, I think you can't afford to. He's got the ability to throw, but Harasawa, as we know in previous matches, he's a slow starter. He just waits and then he throws big.
Nice turn.
Taking him
Slow.
over.
It took a long time coming.
Over there
Just needs to free the leg. No.
Well, wasted opportunity there for
Poor top half work, isn't it?
no control. Silly error.
In blue for Russia, Hussein Khalmurzayev. In white for Spain, Nicolas Sherazadishvili.
Oh, Chigari, yes. Oh, see, that's it. Takes time. 33 seconds left on the when he decides that he's going to now throw him for a palm with the Oichigari. Lovely attack there, but again, you never can rush this man.
He's got some throwing skills though,
Harasawa,
so
he can throw, there's no
and we've
doubt
seen
about it, but it's slow. He takes his time. There's no rushing him at all.
we've seen Kageura demonstrating his throwing skills when he threw Kpalik beautifully. So could be a good head-to-head.
You're actually rubbing that one in, aren't you, really?
Oh, poor fellow. Right, it'll be Kageura and Hisayoshi. We can go to mat 2 now, because it's Natalie Powell of Great Britain to face Anastasia Turchin.
Well, it's nice to see
Of
her
the Ukraine.
in the quarterfinal. With 1 minute and 52 left in this match. Turchin with a Shido on the board. Natalie looking very strong on the grips there, controlling her opponent as she rolls her down, powers her down into the Niwaza. Osakomi picks up the Wazari. Real upper body control, and now pins her quite comfortably there. Well, that's a very convincing win and a place in the semi-finals of the women's under-78s.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 3, because there's a semi-final in the under 90 kilo category. It's Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He's up against Hussein Khalmurzayev of Russia. Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Khalmurzayev in blue.
The winner on mat 2, in white for Great Britain, Natalie Powell. Natalie Powell will be in the semi-final for women under 78 kilograms. The next quarterfinal for women under 78 kilograms.
Trying to get a little bit of control
in blue for Slovenia,
in this contest.
In white for Japan, with red big numbers, current world champion Umeki Mami.
10 after 2 here. We may wrap this up by 1:30, I suppose. Could be 1:30. Give the fans a bit of a break before the final block that begins at 5 o'clock. I know Loretta's feverishly writing away all of her highlights of the morning, so that when we come to the break, she'll give you this long list of what she saw and who she thought was good. And
I'm just sitting here devastated that Kpalik isn't in the final. I'm totally just lost. I must admit, it was someone that I really thought could not be stopped, and he was stopped and stopped well.
yeah, Kageura, he's the boy.
Really? Yeah,
He's the boy.
got to be one of the throws of the day.
Sherazadishvili was untidy there. Picked up another penalty. So it's Hussein Kalmozaev who takes the contest. Right. We're going to jump around a little bit because we've got a repêchage contest here, but a quarter-final on mat number 2, so it's back to mat number 2 to have a look at the current world champion in the under 78 kilo category, Umeki Mami of Japan, faces Klara Apoteka of Slovenia. It's Umeki in the white judogi, Apoteka in blue, and we join the contest just to see what I think is likely to be the finish, as Umeki Mami polishes off her opponent in Osai Komi to take that one. Spirited effort to try and get herself out of that, but Umeki it is who wins out there.
What a big athlete.
That's tall.
She must be one of the tallest, or even the tallest in that weight.
Now, given that we've got two repêchage contests going on at the moment, we're going to hang in here because Nishiyama Daiki of Japan faces Komracho Ustapirion of Tajikistan. Following that will be the semi-final in the under 90 kilo category, Eduard Trippel of Germany and Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia. So I think the likelihood is that we're going to stay here unless something absolutely amazing happens with
well, do you know, there has been some real amazing matches, hasn't there? Some real major surprises. Well, what I feel has been a real big surprise, and some exciting judo, some big throws. Biggest throws has got to be that Oso Tagari. We've seen that a few times with it just burying them. A brilliant technique.
Ustapirion was the fighter who in a previous round had a lot to say, if you remember, about why his opponent should be penalised, or what he's got to say here.
He was trying to play to the referee rather than actually, he was trying to steal it rather than win it, and that's something with the new rules that you can't do anymore. There's no such thing as stealing a match. You've got to go out and win it, and that was the ultimate mistake he made.
Both fighters have been penalised already. One penalty apiece.
Ustapirion there looks to have the stronger grip inside, blocking the left hand of Nishiyama. Just very defensive. He picks up his second Shido now for that. Drops Yanagi. Nishiyama picking up the seconds, this evens it up now again. Both of them are in very difficult situations that they have to really engage now into this match. Neither one of them can bang a mistake. One more Shido would result in a hand second rate, and they've still got halfway to go. 1 minute and 55 seconds. A long way when you're two Shidos down. It's a real battle there. Left to right grip, both wanting that sleeve to finish off. A real negative here. Stokerian is keeping that hand away and really, in my eyes, is not wanting to engage. Whether the referee can see that. There's an attack, the Uchimata with the Koji combination.
Well, we've got the semi-final beginning now down on mat number 3. One of those fighters down there is going to be in the final. Well, let's go down to mat number 3 to see the semi-final in the under 100 kilo category. Kazbek Zankishiev of Russia faces Toma Nikiforov of Belgium. It's Zankishiev in the white judogi, Nikiforov in blue. And Nishiyama and Ustapirian are still battling it out in the repêchage contest on mat number 2. Those of you who want to watch that can click on 2 and you'll get that, but I think that one is going to be decided on penalties anyway.
Well, Nikiforov there has got a very strong right hand grip, drawing his opponent's head down, making him look very passive. He picks up the first Shido. Now the Russian takes the right. As you can see, that collar is working from there now. Very similar in grips. At this moment, both looking quite strong in the positions they're in at this moment. The Tomonagi there, lovely execution of the Tomonagi.
Toma was athletic in avoiding that, wasn't he?
Yes,
For a big guy, that was pretty good.
It was.
100 kilos, spinning through the air. Just one hand down.
Very poor drop there.
Yeah, Zankishiev spotted that coming. He made it look uglier than it really was. Quite sure what it is that they've
used his
Yeah,
head.
he's got a second penalty, Zankishiev. Surprised at that. It's a new one on me. That what is that?
I think it's most probably the signal to say that he actually used his head to brace himself, and obviously you're not allowed to do that.
Right, okay.
It's a safety thing as well. It's making sure the welfare of the athletes is taken care of, but here we have both again opting for very powerful grips, bearing down on each other, but it's the follow-up that comes from there, and the Russian normally tends to be the stronger in this position. Nikiforov is just biting his time a little bit more. I don't think he looks a bit more defensive than the Russian. The Russian looks like he's trying to set it up, but there he's coming in for the Makokomi.
The winner on mat 2 in white for Japan, Daiki.
Well, Zankishiev has got to be careful. He's got 2 Shidos on the board. One more would result in the Hansokimaki. He's got a lot of pressure on him. Again, the Makokomi over the wrist this time.
Europameister der Junioren 2015 aus Georgien, Belka Gvenjashvili. Ihm gegenüber im weißen Anzug der deutsche Meister, Eduard Trippel.
Well, there's the third Shido and the Hansokimaki.
It's an untidy ending, I'm afraid.
Very untidy. Well, he put himself in that position, didn't he? And it was always going to be very close.
But it gives us a chance to go quickly down to mat number 2, because Edward Trippel of Germany is up against Beka Gviniashvili in the semi-final of the under 90 kilo category. It's Trippel of Germany in the white judogi, Gviniashvili of Georgia in blue. There's no scorers yet, and we've had about 20 odd seconds. That's it. We've got the crowd paying attention to this one as well.
Die Trostrunde der Frauen bis 78 Kilogramm.
On match 3, it's time for the repêchage contest for women under 78 kilograms.
Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Japan, Takayama Rika. Im weißen Judo-Anzug aus Kasachstan, Albina Amandeliana.
Oh, chance here.
Oh, yes!
Just the landing that they're going to look at now.
Nice attack there. Well, that's a great start for Tripel.
Gviniashvili got a bit of a shock there, didn't he?
Well, that was definitely a bit of a wake-up for him, wasn't it? But
it's gone the other way now.
Yeah, that just made him angry, didn't it?
And it's the German who comes up with the more Georgian-like technique that failed.
Yes, that's right.
And the Georgian who comes up with the Ashiwaza, the more judo-like technique that scores. Gviniashvili leads with 2.5 minutes left to go.
Well, this is such an open match, isn't it? You can sense it's not all over for the German. Definitely isn't. He's a big thrower and he's gutsy. He's out there and he's going for it. He wants a place in the final, and that's exactly how he's behaving. Goodness. Gviniashvili has really got a battle on his hands here. I don't think he really expected this, to be honest.
Sieger auf der Matte 3 und damit im Kampf um die Bronzemedaille bis 78 Kilogramm aus Japan, Takayama Rika.
The Kohuchi-gak.
Und nun das Halbfinale der Frauen bis 78 Kilogramm auf Matte 3.
And now on match 3, the semifinal for women under 78 kilograms.
Wir sehen im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Frankreich, Madeleine Malonga. Im liegenden im weißen Judo-Anzug aus den Niederlanden.
Wasn't the strongest of attacks I've ever seen from Gviniashvili.
No, he just lost the control there, didn't he?
Still leads by Wazari with 1.5 minutes left to go.
No, but this German's dangerous. Very dangerous. Look at him, he's really trying.
Yeah.
And there's a Shido there for the Georgian. And you can sense he's dangerous because of the reaction of the Georgian. He is really... Yes!
Yeah, that one's gone. Another score. Hasn't finished him off yet, though. 1:22.
And you know what? You still can't wait to
absolutely.
Right, the German off.
There's the danger for...
There's a real danger there. And the German has got nothing to lose. He can just come out there and just go for it.
Absolutely. Gviniashvili again, having come up with that score, is now overly defensive. Just lost contact.
You can tell with his body language, he feels threatened. He's in danger all the time. This isn't just he's got a Wazari up there. Well, they've taken
the second one away.
The second one off. Well, a lost opportunity there. Well, 46 seconds left. Gviniashvili comes in with a drop there.
He's struggling to get to his feet.
And the crowd are really behind this German. He's been really gutsy in his performance out here today. Looks to be doing a little bit of limping there. Well, he's got maybe one more big attack. The German has one more big chance. If he doesn't get it, then he's not going to have much after that. And there's the chance gone. 10 seconds left, and Gviniashvili is going to make sure he milks that knee water for as much as he can. And who would blame him? Well, that was an exciting semi-final. Definitely maybe one of the most exciting semi-finals we've had.
triple of Germany doesn't quite manage to make it past Viniashvili. It'll be the Georgian who we'll see in the final. Triple will have to battle it out in the bronze medal match, but it was a good one. It was a good effort.
Oh, brilliant effort there.
From Eduard Triple. We're going to stay here. There's a repêchage contest coming up next. It involves another German, this time in the under 100 kilo category. It's Johannes Frey. He faces Jose Armenteros of Cuba. Frey in the white judogi, Armenteros in blue.
Dear spectators, the next contest is repêchage contest for men under 100 kg. Nun die Trostrunde Männer bis 100 Kilogramm. Wir sehen im blauen Anzug den dreimaligen panamerikanischen Meister aus Kuba, José Armenteros. Ihm gegenüber im weißen Anzug aus Deutschland Johannes Frey.
So we have Fletcher in the semi-final, defeating Frey. And now we've got this first match in the bronze, the repechage. Frey Armenteros of Cuba. What a lovely tire, Toshi. That's lovely there. Very fast. And that was definitely a crowd pleaser, that one, as you can hear with the background noise. Still maintaining that Wazari lead. 2.5 minutes left in this contest. Armenteros there you see with the left hand on the lapel. Hasn't really made much of an impact in this contest yet. Every time he gets very close to an attack, Frey puts in that Tayatoshi very low. Cianagi attempt there. Again, the drop Cianagi. Gotta be a score. Yes, it is. Obuzari. Well, Frey is definitely coming alive now. It started off very slow in this tournament, and the past couple of matches has been superb.
Well, I can't see Armenteros scoring 3 times on Frey, so it's going to have to be once, but it's going to have to be Ippon. So it's just too big a job for him here.
He doesn't seem to have any opening here at all. It's been totally closed down by Frey. He's playing a very tactical but technical game here. He's got the scores, but every time he's threatening with that Tayatoshi and the Cianagi, and they're big scorers. We've seen 2 scores on the board already for them, and they're just complementing everything that Armenteros is trying to do. He's trying to engage, he's throwing that arm, and every time he throws that arm, the Tayatoshi is coming across.
That's okay. He covered up after the initial attack, so that will be okay. Minute 19 left to go. taking a bit of a breather there. Johannes
Frey's had a real battle. He's not had it easy. He's really had to fight out of his skin. Especially the first two went to time into golden score, and it was a continuous battle all the way through that he looked totally exhausted. How he's managing to still sustain this level of fight even at this stage now in the repechage is amazing.
Or if we just had them tidy up their gis before they got back underway, so should be a nice smooth 40 odd seconds left to go. Although now Johannes Frey looks as though he's dishevelled again. I'm just not sure.
I think he's just trying to keep now his opponent at bay. He knows that he hasn't picked up any shidos here, but there's a lovely drop Sianagi. Nice entry, did very well to block that. Or he was just very lucky. But there's the first shido. He's got 29 seconds and he can afford to take another one. And again, a very poor, he's got to be careful the timing of these attacks. Well, Armentero's there, chasing it all the time.
Well, he did all the hard work, came up with the 2 scores, and from there on, he just managed the contest. He picked up 1 shido.
Exactly.
It wasn't ugly.
No, like you say, the right word, he managed it. He managed that fight, and he managed it very well technically and tactically. So it was a good win for Frey. Maybe, for me, one of Freya's best fights of the tournament.
Well, we've still got more action for you. That was a repechage contest.
Yes.
We've got a semi-final coming up next. Benjamin Fletcher of Great Britain faces Wolf Aaron of Japan. It's Fletcher in the white judogi, Wolf Aaron in blue, and here is Loretta Cusack-Doyle with commentary on this one.
Well, this is a nice sight to see. We've got the semi-final, the under 101 kilos. We have Benjamin Fletcher of Great Britain in the white gi, and he's up against Aaron Wolf of Japan in the blue. Now this is going to be a very exciting match. I think both of these are very evenly matched as far as the judo is concerned, and it will be a battle. And who's gutsy enough to go for it. You know, the Japanese very good with ashwas, but so is Ben Fletcher. Over the years has gained a lot of experience and confidence at this level of tournament. Wolf defeated Armenteros that we saw in the previous match in the repechage. He also defeated Fonseca, which for me was probably one of the dangerous fighters that we have in the first 2 minutes of any contest. Fletcher, well, he's had the Kazakhstan. Bayev in the first round. He had the French. Well, he had the Tunisian. Then Khaled. And all his matches have won very convincingly. His outstanding performances up to now. Defeated Frey, which we saw had a great match in that bronze medal. The repechage. So Benjamin picks up the first shido. Aaron Wolf, as you can see, that left hand around the back He drops underneath, trying to do sort of the sumigesh, but a type of sutemi waza. Benjamin, we know, is very clever down in the niwaza, and he's working to try, and we've seen him win a few matches down here as he continues to pile the pressure on. And it was a great opportunity down there for Fletcher. Sadly, missed opportunity. This Wolf setting up there, as you can see. It looks as if he's trying to set up that Uchimata, but we know he's got that Kosota. Ashiwaza's worked very well, has such flexibility and a good change of direction at a very sharp pace. Kosota there from Fletcher. Again, another good attack. Both of these are so head to head in the attacks. Right hand on the collar there for Benjamin Fletcher. Uchimata sidestep there from Fletcher as he looks now for the niwaza. As we saw, there was a little glimmer there of how strong he is down in the ground. Aaron Wolf, their left hand on the collar. Uchimata, and that's the danger. Ben Fletcher managed to step off it, but he's just letting him show that too many times. It's a real danger there for Fletcher of Great Britain. Well, Aaron Wolf then again with that left hand on the collar, and we know the danger is the Uchimata does the Kosota switch, and this is where Ben's got to be very, very careful. I can just feel the Uchimata from Aaron Wolf coming in. He's given him the warnings, but Fletcher's not taking any notice at this moment. There's the, oh, you can just sense the switch. He's got that good combination. Well, that's really, it's a good match. It's a very close. But for me, you've got Aaron Wolf, he's pushing more. He's pushing, he's showing that Uchimata. There's a real major threat there. That Koso, that combination, the switch, the upper body control, showing the forward attack and switching it to the rear. There's a major danger there for Ben Fletcher, and he's not taking any notice of that yet. Now we've got niwaza where Fletcher's very good down on the ground, but he's not had much of an opportunity to display how good he is. Wolf again, as you can see, that left hand sneaking over the back. If he catches that sleeve. Well, it's a Shido piece now. There's a switch again, and we've sensed that before. Yep. Ben is starting to look a little bit scrappy there, and the Tachiwaza, he needs to now start being a bit more forceful down in the Tachiwaza. Aaron Wolf has pressed him for the past minute and a half. Combination there for Viochi. Gary there for the Ben Fletcher. And it's really tense at this moment. It could go either way, but my gut feeling that I feel Aaron Wolf is just pressing a little bit harder here in the Tachiwaza. His attack seems a little bit more spot on and a little bit more threatening. And there it is, we've seen it, we were watching it happening in front of us all the time. Uchimata was always going to be a major threat. He wore him down until the point that he just didn't have anything left in the tank to give.
He just kept knocking on that door, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sooner or later, it was going to open up.
A great fight for Benjamin Fletcher, who goes into the repêchage of the under 100 kilos, and Aaron Wolf takes a place in the final.
I think he's looked really good today, Ben.
He's getting stronger. He really is. He
takes one of the strongest fighters in the weight category into golden score.
In blue for Japan,
that was just a matter of wearing him down, isn't it?
Yeah.
This final for men under 100 kilograms.
As soon as Wolf got that left hand over the high collar,
he needed a second hop.
Got that sleeve,
but that was it.
Always going to be major problems for Ben Fletcher.
We've got a repêchage contest in the under 78 kilo category taking place now. Anastasia Turchin of the Ukraine faces Klara Apoteka of Slovenia. It's Turchin in the white judogi, Apoteka in blue.
Well, Apoteka there, very tall young lady with the longest limbs in the tournament, I think, and has got to be most probably the most awkward person to compete against.
Yeah, they can often be tall and leggy in the under 78 kilo category, but this is
she's very
it's a real exception here, very tall.
And she takes full advantage of that as well. Her judo's all around, capitalising on the size that she is and the reach that she has. Whereas some of them, when they're so tall, they do judo like shorties. She actually does judo like a very tall lady and takes full advantage of that every time she advances onto her opponent.
The other tall fighter in the there are two others who are reasonably tall in the weight category. Madeleine Malonga of France, Yo Abigail of Hungary, and then I can think of another tall fighter who's not competing here today, another tall competitor. That's Anna Maria Valencic.
Yes.
Another Slovenian. Bronze medalist at the Olympic Games as well. Tall fighters.
That cross grip, hooking in. Well, it was like a chasing game between the legs, looking for a. Again, stabs across for the what looked to be a bit of an uchimata, but didn't get that leg up enough high. She's, in a way, her movements are like robotic. It's a very strange approach that she has.
Second penalty
Turchin
picked up by Turchin. 2
yeah.
minutes to go.
It's got to be very hard for this Ukraine Turchin because the Slovenians all arms and legs. It's before she's even got a chance to engage. Those arms are in the way. The legs are blocking. You're always, as the shorter athlete, you're always on. You've always started on a difficult situation of being looking the negative one.
Teich hasn't quite worked out things yet, has she?
She just can't. She just can't get past. That's the first time she looked like she could do anything, and again, did it make much impact on the Slovenian? No, it really didn't. Opateka really just needs an injection of power and acceleration. She's so robotic, it's very slow motion. It's like a real drive and pushing forward instead of a bang throwing up there. She's got no explosive power in the technique. Something that she really does need to start working. It's just not there right at the moment.
40-odd seconds left to go. 2 penalties against Teich. They won't count in normal time. So she could still come up with a score and take this. That was a poor attempt at Setemi. She didn't even get it really going. Just sat down as it collapsed there.
Well, those type of techniques don't suit someone who's so tall. Really doesn't. The Uchimatas, the bit goes so to driving off the top. The Uchimata there, the Sumigeish, well, even then her legs are all caught up because it's such a long way for her to go down. This is one of the matches she really isn't using total advantage of the heights. The techniques that she's putting in right now are not paying off for her.
Maybe all over here for Teich.
Yeah.
Haven't seen anything from her.
It's been a difficult one for Teich. It's obviously a style of fighter she's got to work on. She couldn't cope with the
winner in blue for Slovenia,
the style of this Slovenian.
So Klara Apoteka it is who goes into the bronze medal contest. And that's the Sia Turchin missing out there, not really being able to work things out against her Slovenian opponent. We've got one more contest to bring you. It's the last of the semi-finals in the under 78 kilo category. Natalie Powell of Great Britain faces the current world champion from Japan, Umeki Mami. It's Powell in the white judogi, Umeki in blue.
Please welcome in blue for Japan, the current world champion Umeki Mami, and in white for Great Britain, 2-time Grand Prix champion Natalie Powell.
2 Grand Prix gold medals Powell has won. I wonder if she can get past Umeki and then make this a third, or at least give her a chance in the final for a third.
Well, she's a right battler out there. She really does give 100%. Definitely potential. Powell is for the Olympic Games for London, for the British team in Tokyo. She was a little bit of a disappointment we were expecting, Ochigari there, that was a good entry.
Yeah, really threatened Umeki there.
Really good entry there. But I think she was a bit disappointed in the performance in Rio, and I think we were all expecting a little bit more. But
she was in what I think was the toughest weight category.
Definitely. It's a block. She's touching her own. Well, she's blocking her shoulder. She's not touching it, but she's blocking it so that her opponent can't come in and take the lapel. So it's a negative habit that she's got at this moment. She's got to be very careful with that. Well, Umeki looking like she's got that lapel now, and this is what she was hunting for, that left hand on the collar. She's drawing Natalie's head down. She's just trying to break the balance and look for the opening there. And Natea picks up the second Shido, so she's already accumulating them with still over halfway in this contest left. Now there again you see that grip, but we know Natalie's got lovely ouchigari, and we saw it earlier and it was very deep. Is she gutsy enough to try it from that position? But I think Yumeki is setting her up there, the big, so close, very close. But Yumeki, she's setting it. You can sense that what she's trying to do. There's a nice grip there from Natea. Powell, she's got that high collar grip. Yumeki, this is a 50-50, but Yumeki there getting those hips in, and that's the danger.
There's a way to get yourself a couple of seconds extra rest.
Do your belt up.
Well, when or only do your belt up when you're asked to. And when Umeki was asked to do her belt up, Natea didn't move.
Yes.
She waited until the Roses said, "And yours," and then she started hers. Gave her a couple of seconds longer.
Well, Natalie's doing really
Ooh,
well
chance
with
here.
the grips. But it's
Ouchi, and she got turned.
Yeah. It was a 50-50, and it was a real 50-50 there, wasn't it? Natea,
You know, she went with the right arm around the waist and then the left ouchigari here. See the left ouchigari, and that's the weak side.
yes.
Because it's far away. I was thinking possibly the other alternative was she's got that ko-uchigaki, you know, with the back. Yeah.
Drive on top.
Or outside
she
the
went the wrong
ko-sotogaki. It's all on the strong side, you know. She'd have to
Went
bring
the
her
wrong
all.
side.
Yeah. See the right leg on the ko-sotogaki. I think maybe.
What was happening there, as you can see, Yumeki was
Yeah.
rotating.
Turning. Yeah, she turned
And I
up.
think the ouchigari was an afterthought.
Yeah, I'm not going to be harsh on her there. You know,
Yes.
big job, difficult.
It was 50-50 on both of them, and I think what it was there, it was just, it looked like the first attack came from Natea, but I really feel that it was more a sense
already-
of having...
I better get
I'm
something
going,
in here, yeah.
I'm going, I've got to try and rescue this. As she was rotating her head, she hooked in that leg thinking, can I? But the head was already gone.
Now, I know you've been filling out the sheets and everything. There must be something that you want to tell us about this morning. A few picks, some of the highlights, who you saw, male or female. Who did you see that impressed you?
Well, do you know what, the one, obviously, I keep going on about...
Let's go for him first. Go for him
We
first.
started off
Yeah.
with him at the beginning of the morning. A great start with an Olympic champion, and it's the high and low. The disappointment he's not in the final. I thought he would be. That's the low, but the high is his performance throughout the day. And obviously, as still feel he's got that medal in, but he's performed really, really well, and he's been an exciting fighter for me throughout the day. So that's the top
Kageura
favourite
threw him
100.
beautifully, didn't he?
Oh.
And then there was Harazawa.
Yes.
We're now going to see a head-to-head between the young Japanese Kageura and the Olympic silver medalist Harazawa.
Now, Kageura, he threw, as you can see, with the drop Cianagi, and that was superb. Again, one of the most, probably the best throws of the day, especially in that weight category, I thought. And I'm just a bit, it being an all-Japan final.
Is it going to be
is there going
hot
to be a
or
high,
cold?
or is it going to be a low and a very...
Hot or not?
We don't know. That I'm still sort of thinking about that one. But we've got,
In no
bronze.
particular order.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously we've got in the 78s.
Umeki,
we
we've
didn't
just
see
seen.
too much. We
Yeah.
saw Umeki, but I think Umeki most probably is the top favourite to win that weight category. We didn't get to see too much of the under 78 kilos, but Givanilashvili, I feel he's the hot favourite for the under 90 kilos. Again, he was consistent
Georgian,
in his performance. He's a real stocky powerhouse. He takes his time. He's very calculating in what he does. He's had some really tough matches, but he's disposed of them really well.
Interesting contest because it'll be the twin brother of Hassan Karl Musayev. It'll be Hussein Karl Musayev in the final with him.
So it'll
Georgia,
be
Russia.
I think it'll be a good match.
Okay, that's 90 kilos. I'm going to steal that from you.
We didn't see much of the plus 78s, but Tachimoto, she was good. She was convincing, and I think she's one that will do extremely
It's
well.
a family day because Tachimoto Megumi is the sister of the current Olympic champion Tachimoto Haruka. So we've got the a family thing going here.
Yeah, so a bit of rivalry as well. She'll be wanting to come out with that medal.
Right. Okay.
Taking
Stealing
home
that
to
one
Japan.
from you.
Right, you're stealing all my paperwork, and I'm depleted now.
Plus 70. What have we got? Who
Did
else
I
is
get
there?
right?
Under 100s. Yeah.
So here we have of the under 100s. Well, for me, and maybe because I'm very patriotic as well, but it isn't because I'm biased. I think he has had a tremendous day out in Fletcher.
Yeah.
I think he's
Two athletes who
I
fought
think
well
he's
today. Yeah.
progressed really well. Great matches. He's fought really hard, and but again that final Wolf, the Japanese,
Nikiforov.
and Nikiforov. I think Nikiforov might just do it today.
Okay, we
I
shall
think his
see.
Performance has been good.
We have a break now of 3 hours, between 2 and 5 o'clock. We look forward to your company then. Thanks again to Loretta Cusator for all that information. Well done. I couldn't
my
have filled out
scribbles.
the sheets myself like that. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. But from everyone here in Düsseldorf, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.